Chapter 301 Moon Earthquake. Chapter 301 Moon Earthquake. Guzi, what's the current situation? Has the report from Zhilongyi come over? Boss, new information 10 minutes ago. It has just been put into storage, and I am doing analysis and follow-up here. How do you say it? It's been 2 days, so there should be no problem. The current situation is fairly stable. After the genetic medicine was injected, the infected experimental body quickly developed an immune response. The 3 people who participated in the experiment now have basically 0 mutant cells in their bodies. Are there any adverse reactions? There have been no serious adverse reactions for the time being. In a room that was just cleaned, Wang Chen, who was having lunch, silently listened to the report given by Guzi. In the past 2 days, Wang Chen didn't do anything, just waiting for the inspection report from Zhilongyi. Hearing that the mutant cells were almost cleared, Wang Chen's originally worried mood was relieved. It's been 2 days, and it stands to reason that the effect of the medicine has been fully exerted. There hasn't been much reaction so far, which means that his medicine should be fairly safe. If no new problems appear within a week, then the development of this antidote can basically be declared a success. Drinking the soup, Sun Meng, who was also listening next to him, also said with a smile, "It seems that the effect is not bad. I should be able to fall asleep for a while now." Hey, let's hope. I'm afraid that the other side still has the ability to upgrade the virus. After all, our current medicine is only for this virus. If there are other loopholes, it will take a lot of work. Wang Chen waved his hand, but he was not too optimistic. If the opponent can find this loophole, maybe they can find other loopholes. After all, human genes are still in a primitive state, and there are many problems. You always think so pessimistically about things. You can't relax. Sun Meng was a little speechless when she heard it. Wang Chen is good at everything, but he is too sad. In the current situation, I really can't be optimistic. Forget it. Since there is no problem with the medicine, then I can also start the follow-up plan. Shrugged, Wang Chen didn't feel anything. In this situation, it is better to think more about bad things than to be blindly optimistic. What are you going to do next? Research weapons or? Sun Meng tilted her head and asked curiously. We don't need weapons for the time being. Let's continue to develop genetic codes. It's a good idea to do more research on this thing. Shook his head, Wang Chen spread his hands and said. Weapons are really not of interest to me right now. After all, it is only a year and a half, and no matter how good the weapon is, there is no time to deploy it. And the force prepared by the Earth is already quite good. There is no need to disrupt the existing deployment. Besides, if you can't even catch the first wave, then no matter how hard you try, it will be very difficult to have an effect. So Wang Chen is still ready to focus on genetic programming. Once the Earth and the other side are in a state of anxiety, research in this area will be useful sooner or later. Wang Chen is going to concentrate on deciphering all the genetic codes of human beings, and then synthesize the first-generation gene-enhancing medicine. The main function of it is to erase the bad things in the genetic genes and make the state of the human body better. What can be preliminarily determined is that once the first generation of genetic medicine is successfully developed, 90% of the diseases currently on the market will disappear. Even an incurable disease such as cancer will become a thing of the past. Because to put it bluntly, this cancer is also deliberately created by nature to limit human development. The so-called diseased cells can easily be killed in the cradle as long as they master the genetic code. The simplest example is to enter the mutation data of all current cancerous cells into the immune function of the human body. As long as this cancerous cell appears in the human body, it will be immediately killed by the body's own defense system. In addition to this, some genetic diseases can also be effectively treated. For example, deafness, blindness, or various neurological variations, etc. These diseases are basically genetic problems as long as they are congenital. And the human body itself has a complete self-healing system. In the past, under the limitation of nature, this self-healing system could not fully exert its power. But once the genes are unlocked, relying on the information carried by the genes, the body itself can secrete specific cells to repair these inborn defects. Is equivalent to regrow the body that originally developed the problem, and then cover the original problem. Any paralysis, neurological disease, leukemia, etc. can be directly cured. And this is only the most elementary way of using genetic medicine. Once the research has entered an in-depth stage, it can even be reborn from severed limbs, genetic recombination optimization and so on. Wang Chen's plan is to strengthen the human body's genes first, and then unlock the human body's lifespan limit when there is no problem. At least it can extend the young life of the human body to about 300 to 500 years old. This is enough for humans who have just stepped into the first-order civilization. Well, whatever you want, I'll just talk about it. Sun Meng didn't say anything more. Wang Chen's research direction was out of her control. But it's not bad to continue to study the genetic code, at least I can help some busy. It would be a bit awkward to work on other projects. You can't give Wang Chen a massage every day, can you? I am not a professional masseuse. While Wang Chen was pondering the follow-up research, located in Hall 1 of NASA headquarters, the atmosphere at this time is somewhat tense. It can be clearly seen on the display screen in front of the lunar rover launched some time ago is continuously exploring an area around it. And just now, a rush of signal sources came from the black hole that had been exposed before. Judging from the monitoring equipment, it seems that there are two different signals in this signal source that are constantly fighting. At the same time, the lunar rover sensed a slight tremor on the lunar case. It's not intense, but it's noticeable. After analysis, the vibration amplitude is equivalent to a magnitude 4 earthquake. This undoubtedly made the NASA bosses even more curious. What is currently certain is that there is definitely something under the moon, and it is likely to be the enemy's base. Although the approximate location cannot be determined, this black hole backing has a direct connection with that base. It's just that NASA doesn't have enough exploration methods at present. Although the Dream Class No. 1 ship has been in service, that thing is now the treasure of the Earth Alliance. NASA wants to send it to the moon to explore. After all, the size of this spacecraft can carry too many things. But it was rejected by the local leaders without hesitation. The classmates who like it can pay attention to it love the little girl and remind Matilda. Chapter 302 Artificial Black Hole. Chapter 302 Artificial Black Hole. What a joke, go to the moon. Who is responsible for what happened to Nima? Don't forget that the lunar rover lost contact before. If the opposite side controls the spacecraft, wouldn't that be causing trouble for yourself? Although this Dream Class No. 1 ship is written as a cargo ship, with this firepower configuration, who would dare to think of it as a cargo ship? At least the current Earth Alliance does not dare. This Dream Class No. 1 ship has been individually listed as an important fire vehicle by the Earth Alliance. And with the permission of Wang Chen, the Joint Research Institute is already working on a new round of improvements to this spacecraft. For example, the cargo ship is equipped with a built-in runway, and the original cargo space is changed to a hangar for storing aircraft. With the size of this spaceship, let alone a fighter jet, even a Beta can easily fit inside. At present, the General Hospital has given a plan to lay 6 temporary electromagnetic ejection tracks inside. Then open a big, closable hole at the bow of the spaceship, which is an exit for the plane to take off. As for how to get it back, it's even simpler. Anyway, the current 6th generation aircraft has entered the test flight stage. Although it is much larger in size, it can barely be regarded as stuffing the smallest cold nuclear fusion core inside. That's right, the Joint Research Institute is about to complete the development of the 6th-generation fighter. Wang Chen was shocked when he found out about this. Although we know that the 5 rogues in the world are joining forces, it is not an easy thing to develop an aircraft. But the speed still surprised Wang Chen a bit. It is said that the drawing only took 6 months, and then the first prototype was already taxiing on the runway of the Eagle Source in less than 3 months. In terms of appearance, the volume of these Psi-generation machines is nearly 3 times larger than the current 5th-generation machines. And it doesn't have the lightness of the 5th-generation machine, but it looks like a thick big man. Those who don't know may think this is a bomber. This is mainly because the problem of miniaturization of cold nuclear fusion has not been solved. Even the smallest model needs enough space. This is the optimal solution that the General Court can give. Don't look much thicker, but the combat power is outrageous. Relying on the power provided by the fusion core, these 6 generations of machines perfectly explain what is called Lee-Dat-Huen flying. Under the thick body is the limit speed of up to Mach 3. And it is equipped with 4 8-mounted 20mm caliber electromagnetic rapid-fire guns. In addition to the 12 mounting points in the wing and belly position, it is no different from a bomber in a fully armed state. The most outrageous thing is that these 6 generations of aircraft also have vertical takeoff and landing functions. This just solves the problem of the spacecraft recovering the aircraft. As a cargo ship, there are 6 on both sides of the hull except the fort. Huge hatch was originally designed to carry cargo, but now it is the entrance to the plane home. According to the design, the entire spacecraft will carry 126th generation aircraft, along with 3 sets of intercontinental missile launch systems. Wang Chen also understood after reading it, the above is to use this cargo ship as an aircraft carrier. Although it felt a little strange, Wang Chen didn't say anything in the end. Special methods are used in special times. It is not unacceptable to change a cargo ship to an aircraft carrier. After all, during World War II, many small aircraft carriers were not converted from cargo ships. However, Wang Chen still reminded them that this cargo ship is not a specialized combat spaceship after all. There must be all kinds of problems with it as an aerospace carrier. So don't get your hopes up too much. The so-called aircraft carrier is not just laying 2 tracks and opening an entrance and exit. Also includes dispatching system, command system and many other aspects. This improvised piece is definitely not that perfect. The big guys at the Joint Research Institute also understand, but there is not much that can be done. The time is too tight now, so I can only make do with it. Just such a baby bump. The Earthlink naturally does not allow spaceship adventures. The situation on the other side of the moon is also very urgent, but this spacecraft is related to the general attack plan in June. There can be no mistakes. In the June attack on that base, the ship will serve as the fireman, providing fire support from high altitudes. Maybe you don't even need to use mushroom eggs to tear open the opponent's shield defense. It is a pity that NASA cannot get the right to use the spacecraft, but it also understands. Can only do the research as much as possible with the resources at hand. After a day or 2 of exploration, NASA finally turned its attention to the black hole. Although there is no flying device to go in, NASA decided to throw a small car directly into it. Relying on the satellites in the sky for signal reception. Although there is no guarantee that the stability of the signal can be maintained. But at least you can get some useful data. And several of this new batch of trolleys also carry parachutes. Can be used as a slow landing tool. Do what you say. Soon a Hawker's car was seated next to the black hole. The satellites in the sky have also been synchronized to their orbits, so as to ensure that the signal can penetrate into the black hole vertically as much as possible. After everything was ready, under the control of a controller, the car quickly accelerated along the edge. After rushed out of the edge, it immediately fell towards the black hole. Almost at the moment of flying into the air, the controller opened the car's parachute. Soon, the car slowly fell into the black hole at an extremely slow speed. Leaning on the satellite in the sky, after entering the black hole, the controller immediately turned on all the equipment and lights on the small body and began to view the entire black hole. And this investigation found something creepy. This black hole is as everyone thinks, it is not naturally formed, and it can be clearly seen through the light. The surrounding rock walls are neatly cut metal plates. Although it is unclear how long these unknown metals have existed, they still exude a faint cold light under the light. And the overall layout is very orderly and neat. At first glance it is from the hands of man. In addition to this, there seem to be some small protruding points on the rock wall. Seems to be a light source, but it doesn't have any meaning to light up. I don't know if everyone guessed wrong or if there is no energy supply. What shocked everyone the most was the depth of this black hole. The depth of the black hole cannot be measured at all on the detection instrument that comes with the car. If it is calculated according to the limit detection distance of the trolley, this black hole may not have reached the core of the moon. This NEMA is a bit scary. Who is responsible for such a large project? Looking at the silver-white planet on the side of the screen, many bigwigs are inexplicably full of strangeness in their hearts. This old man who has accompanied the Earth for countless years is now so mysterious. What is hidden on the moon, and what is the relationship between humans and this mechanical body? Chapter 303 The enemy of the enemy is the friend. Chapter 303 Enemy's enemy's friend. Dropped about 800 meters, and the signal connected to the car began to become a little unstable. However, the data that has been explored so far is enough to return to the original. It would not be a pity to lose contact with NASA immediately. However, when the car dropped to 1,000 meters, a sudden signal source was monitored by the car. It can be seen from the returned information that the signal source is very active, and it is aimed at the car. Before everyone could react, several other cars surrounding the black hole also monitored violent signal fluctuations. The next scene made everyone stunned. Just when the unknown signal broke out, a black torrent from the ground rushed directly out of the black hole. This black, stick-looking object was directly suspended more than 10 meters above the ground. For about 3 seconds, countless black sharp thorns protruded from this mass of objects like hedgehogs. These long thorns are like having eyes, directly inserted into the core of the surrounding carts like wearing candied haws. The picture of the NASA monitoring center was also cut off, and the cars around the black hole were directly destroyed. The sudden attack made the big guy's head still a little confused. What is this? After finally regaining his senses, NASA immediately reported the situation to the Earth Alliance. Afterwards, Dillian asked people from the Scientific Research Institute to intervene and start analyzing the sudden appearance. Looking at this dark thing, the big guys in the Scientific Research Institute are also confused. This obviously cannot be explained by the current Earth technology. Is out of line, hey. But the big bosses in the local alliance are waiting for an evaluation, and in desperation, they can only bite the bullet and start to ponder. First of all, this thing seems to be very remodeling. From a sphere to a sea urchin, this is not something ordinary metals can do. And this thing can float in the sky. This apparent disregard for Newton is even more difficult to explain. The more frightened the more analyzed the big men finally came to a conclusion. That is, this thing is very high level, and it may be nanotechnology in science fiction products. As for the flying on the other side, I'm sorry. They really didn't understand. Nanotechnology. This thing already has a related concept on Earth. belonging is a regular in sci-fi movies. But unfortunately, it is really just a concept in the current Earth technology. There is no R&D clue, let alone actual progress. Some people say that if you want to develop this technology, you must enter the universe to obtain new raw materials. Although the assessment results were a little bit stretched, it still sounded the alarm for the local union. The technology on the other side is likely to be more powerful than he thought. The so-called nanofactoring is something that can also subvert the existing production model. In other words, with this technology, most things will be made quickly and quickly. The reason for is very simple, because only the corresponding nanomolecules need to be cultivated, and the desired device can be directly synthesized by programming. Small as a table and bench, as large as a ship and airship. The application of nanoconstruction can cover almost all aspects. But this kind of thing is too illusory, so it can appear in the movie. There is absolutely no corresponding possibility in reality. If the technology mastered by the opponent is really what you think, then the outcome of this battle will feel a little unbalanced. Wang Chen, who was busy in the laboratory, naturally saw this thing. When these pictures were recorded on the server of the Scientific Research Institute, Erguzzi had already sent a copy to Wang Chen. After watching, Wang Chen was also silent for a while. This thing is indeed a bit weird. Like the scientific researcher, Wang Chen's first thought was nanotechnology. If it is really that thing, it is really a huge trouble for the Earth. The scariest thing about this industrial-grade nanotechnology is how replicable it is. In Wang Chen's understanding, nanotechnology is generally divided into active nanotechnology and disposable nanotechnology. Among them, active technology is an extension of disposable nanotechnology. And the thing seen in the picture obviously does not belong to the category of disposable nanotechnology. Because disposable nanotechnology is all about replicating products. The cultivated nanoparticles are programmed and shaped directly, and then their appearance cannot be modified. As long as enough particles are cultivated, even a spaceship can be reproduced at will. And active nanotechnology is even more terrifying. If disposable nanotechnology is only used for manufacturing, then active nanotechnology itself already has the ability to fight. As the name suggests, the so-called active technology is that you can change the shape at will. This nanocluster is very versatile, not only can be used to make active mecha, but also can be used to directly make various nanoweapons. The most important point is, want to palm to grasp active nanotechnology, it is necessary to have a deep research on nanotechnology. To put it bluntly, it is possible to master this thing only if enough nanotechnology is lit up. Fortunately, this thing is not without restrictions. Material and cost is the biggest problem. It would be fine if the opposite side was just like that, but if there were enough active nanometers on the opposite side, it would be a real dog. I can only pray that the Moon and Mars will not have the core materials needed to make active nanoparticles. If you really have minds, you can directly vote. For a while, Wang Chen didn't have any way to target this thing. As for why this thing can fly, Wang Chen has not come up with a reason for the time being. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the problem is already big, it doesn't matter whether it can fly or not. Even if you can't fly, these nanoparticles can also be synthesized into a carrier that can fly, like an engine. TSK. The fleeting years are not good, grass. Cursed in a low voice, Wang Chen shook his head, also a little irritable. The technical gap between the two sides is really big. Once a fight begins, Wang Chen is really afraid that it will be gone. After all, everyone doesn't know what's going on inside the moon, and the ghost knows how many troops the opposite side has stored in it. There is also Mars. It was said before that the signal was also detected on Mars. That place has more minerals than the moon. Opposite is another machine body that is famous for its explosive speed, and now it is suspected that it has mastered nanotechnology. This NEMA is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Is really possible to be wiped out by a wave. Wang Chen now feels more and more that he has to find a way to communicate with another hidden force. Although it is still uncertain, but just think about it, the opposite has this technology, but it is impossible to shoot directly. Explain that there must be something on the moon that limits it. The enemy of the enemy is the friend, and there may be a chance to join forces. Chapter 304 The Battle Begins. Chapter 304 The Battle Begins. Complained for a while, but Wang Chen didn't care about it anymore. This gap cannot be closed in a short period of time. Even if he is himself, there is no way to break through nanotechnology in a short time. Even if it is vacated, there is still a strong generation difference. So let's continue to study the gene thing. If the Earth is really going to be destroyed, I'd better run away with these things. There is a saying that if you leave the green hills, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. That's right, Wang Chen was already thinking about running away. At the island shipyard, a DNA library has been placed in the body of the battleship. As long as there is a chance to run away, there is still the possibility of a comeback. Of course, this must be the last choice. If possible, Wang Chen really doesn't want to wander the Earth. Without him, wandering in the universe with his own technology is basically a dead word. And although the battleship looks huge, it can't carry all the industrial systems. Without a complete system, even if you run away, it will be very uncomfortable. Not to mention all kinds of weird things going on in the universe. Forget it, it doesn't matter, there is no way to go in the sky. Let's see what the gods say. Another 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. NASA's exploration of the moon has reached a crazy level. With a lot of money in hand, NASA directly launched another batch of cars in March. This time, the trolleys have all strengthened the signal transmitting devices, and it is expected to be able to penetrate into the black hole 1 kilometer. It is almost close to the core of the moon. If there is really something wrong with the interior of the moon, you can definitely see something. But unfortunately, NASA tried 3 times and was blocked by the black ball. At most, he probed into a position of about 900 meters, where he seemed to be able to see a huge underground space. However, before NASA could control the car to turn the lights, it was extinguished by the black ball that came. After a few visits, NASA also understands. From the current situation, it is basically impossible to go deep into the moon. If you can't solve this black ball, you can't go deep. While NASA was still figuring out how to do it, in April, the ground connection was finally ready to go to war. In the past 2 months, the vaccine developed by Wang Chen has begun to be scaled up mold production. What is surprising is that when the local alliance organized everyone to inject, the fragrance disappeared by itself. Judging from the exploration, it seems that the machine at the opposite base already knew about the antidote and gave up. But Dalian has not let down its guard at all. Just like what Wang Chen said, if the opponent can find this loophole, it is possible to find other loopholes. This time, to put it bluntly, luck is a bit good, the lethality of the loophole is not large, and the medium of transmission is also a bit slow. This gave Wang Chen time to develop an antidote. But if the opponent upgrades their technology and finds a powerful loophole, the ending may be uncertain. Therefore, in order to prevent the long night dream, the above decided to launch an attack in advance. On April 15th, we officially launched operations against the enemy base. For this day, the 5 rogues of the Earth Alliance have prepared too much. With the emergence of the antidote, the Earth Alliance has assembled more than 300,000 troops in March. There are more than 13,000 tanks, more than 8,000 heavy artillery pieces, and more than 4,000 fighter planes. In addition to these, There are more than 2,000 heavy Earth-penetrating bombs and more than 400 intercontinental missiles for bombing. 60 triple-mounted electromagnetic guns were shipped from the surrounding area, and power was supplied through a temporary cold fusion plant. It can be said that this has already taken out one-third of the belongings of all mankind. Even the Dream-class ship that was just modified will be added to the main attack. If all these means do not work, then only the final plan can be carried out. 3 Tsars at the bottom of the box from the Mao family, 30 hydrogen bombs from the Rabbit family, and more than 100 tactical nuclear bombs from the Eagle Source family. In the words of the Land Union, if you can't kill it, you don't have to fight it, just wait for it to die. Seems to have sensed the change in the Earth link. The originally quiet enemy base also began to move during this period. The most conspicuous thing was the energy shield that was originally used for defense. At this time, the thickness was about half more than at the beginning. The intensive energy even reflects psychedelic colors, looking dangerously beautiful. And through satellite reconnaissance, it can be seen that in this hilltop, many mechanical bodies also began to enter and exit back and forth. Seems to be preparing for the upcoming war. The battle is about to start. As soon as it entered April, the Earth Alliance officially announced the battle plan. Netizens are quite calm. Although they didn't say it before, they are not blind. With such a big military deployment, you can see that it is about to start. Various combat vehicles gathered, including the Dream-class spaceships and the Black Dragon-class battleships. There are different opinions about this battle. Its biggest worry is undoubtedly that once the attack is unfavorable, the local alliance will use the last resort. Once so many mushroom eggs erupt, it will be considered a win. For the Dam Mao family, half of the country will become a restricted area. This also made the eldest of the Mao family very depressed these 2 days. But just a few days ago, Wang Chen suddenly sent a message to the top. That is, if you are really forced to use mushroom eggs, use them. As long as he can win this battle, he will have a way to deal with the remaining nuclear radiation problem. The entire Siberia can be restored in 5 years at most. As soon as these words came out, a trace of surprise appeared on the faces of the 5 good people. Can solve nuclear radiation? Real or fake? If this is the case, then the operating space is even larger. The boss of the Big Mao family even called and chatted with Wang Chen himself. On the phone, Wang Chen also made it clear that he did have the relevant technology. Of course, scientific research cannot be said to be 100%, but 80% can still be achieved. If someone else said this, they might even be suspected. But Wang Chen is different. This guy's research and development seems to have not failed. And never bragging. In the words above, it means that Wang Chen said that if it can be done, it can basically be done. This kind of trust is indeed quite rare. In any case, Wang Chen's guarantee is to give help to the boss of the Mao family and the people. In this way, the time soon came to the early morning of April 15th. All preparations have been made, and each war zone is also besieging each other's bases. The 5 hooligans sit on the high platform of the joint command room of the Ground Alliance, and below are the entrances of other halls in the village. The atmosphere in the room was quite depressing, and the 5 above were drinking tea without saying a word. The crowd below also did not dare to open their mouths to say more, only you can look at me and I will look at you and wait silently. Chapter 305 Quick. Defend. Chapter 305 Quick. Defend. Are you all ready? Looked at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. The 5 people sitting at the top checked each other before asking in a deep voice. All frontline troops have been assembled. Below, the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Alliance gave a military salute and nodded. If so, then open. Eagle Source slowly exhaled, and just as he was about to open his mouth, a harsh alarm sounded suddenly. Warning, A large number of mechanical bodies are detected. Area, Bering Strait. Li Jiangyuo's voice suddenly rang out, as the second artificial intelligence born in the world. Now Li Jiangyuo is already a well-deserved intelligent core within the Dilian. Just now, the fleet deployed in the Bering Strait region detected a large number of anomalies that were rapidly approaching. Judging from the signal source, it should be the enemy's troops. Immediately notify the fleet commander and prepare for defense. Notify the missile battalions around the world, and launch the general attack in 5 minutes. The huge display in front has marked the identified enemy team in real time. On the side of the White Collar Strait, the Earth Alliance has assembled 5 aircraft carrier battle groups to provide fire protection for the Heilong-class battleships and the Hayu of the Damao family. At this time, in the Bering Strait area, 5 huge black submarines had been forced to surface from the sea. The target on the opposite side is aimed at himself, in order to prevent being drowned in the sea. The commander of the submarine also immediately ordered all the blackfish to float up. At the same time, the missiles are activated, and even if they die, they will send the predetermined ammunition to the sky. The aircraft carrier of the Eagle Source family has long released carry-based aircraft and fixed wings for anti-submarine use. The enemy's current position is about 1,000 meters away from the fleet, and the depth is within the sea area of 200 meters. Although it can be detected, it is difficult to attack. The elementary school students from the Eagle Source family and the Rabbit family have also taken action, relying on high-speed maneuverability to arrange a defensive net around the aircraft carrier and submarine. As the core of the Black Dragon-class battleship, it has opened its energy shield and wandered around the fleet. It can be said to be the safest existence in the fleet, and it also volunteered to take on the task of fire defense. Don't look at it as a battleship. These dozens of Sabarl 13 caliber high-speed electromagnetic close-in defense guns are no joke. Is when the fleet and the enemy machine are in a tense confrontation. Suddenly, the hydrophone personnel heard a strange whistling sound from under the water. The 20 or so machines that were originally lurking under the water launched an attack almost at the same time. Hundreds of unidentified firepower shot directly into the air from the water, and then flew over the sea at a 90-degree angle. From the point of view, it is still aimed at the central submarine. Quick! Defend! These sea-skimming unidentified firepower is extremely fast, and it seems that there are special coatings that make it impossible for radar to accurately capture. Watching the enemy's firepower approaching at a high speed, the captains of the 3 closest destroyers held back and made a decision. Although the radar cannot identify it accurately, it can still capture the approximate flight path of the opposite side. In this case, no missiles are needed, and the close-up cannons are used to strike from the side. 2 of the 3 destroyers are the latest Berkey destroyers of the Eagle Source family, and the remaining one is the 055 Big Drive above. The captain of this 055 Great Expedition shouted directly through the team's voice, at 10 o'clock, broadside crossfire. Hit. The 3 of them are just at the front and rear ends of the submarine. After the muzzle is turned, they can form a crossfire directly in front of the submarine more than 100 meters away. Everyone is a top player, and they all understand their intentions with this shout. The other ships around immediately began to withdraw their gun positions from the firing range. 5 seconds later, there was a violent deer sound. The torrent formed by countless bullets hit the front section of the submarine like a storm. The barrage formed by directly detonated the incoming UFO in the middle. The violent explosion raised a bunch of small mushrooms on the sea, and it can be seen that the power of these things is quite good. Even so, the firepower created by the 3 submarines did not completely stop all the flying objects. Still had 6 hits on 2 submarines. The huge explosion directly blew the blackfish of the Damao family and moved them sideways. But fortunately, Damao's submarine is not a vegetarian, and the defense of the double deck blocks most of the damage. Only one boat was opened with a small hole that was acceptable. Diving is definitely impossible, but it does not affect the normal use of other functions. There are still 3 minutes before the missile is launched. Seeing that it has not hit his teammates, he has suffered a lot of injuries. Tachyon fleet commander is also an ugly face. Opposite this group of dog days, relying on their good skills, they will not come out when they hide in the water. The deep water launch technology of 200 meters is really a generational difference. But it doesn't matter. The first wave was blocked, and the fleet that was suddenly attacked finally had time to counter-attack. In addition to leaving a few destroyers to continue to protect the submarine, the surrounding elementary school students have already soared the speed of the boat to the highest. Various types of depth charges continue to penetrate the opponent's area like no money. Although 200 meters is very deep, the water pressure created by the depth charge can still cause a lot of damage to these guys. Don't think you'll be fine if you hide in the water. Eagle Etchion's fleet commander is very clear. It's a bit unrealistic to want to kill these guys, unless they run out and fight bayonet. But their goal is not to eliminate these troublemakers, but to cover the submarine in the middle to complete the launch task. Not only the Bering Strait, but the countdown to the entire operational plan. There was more or less interference in the launch positions around the Demouse house. Many mechanical bodies emerged from the cave, not many in number, but they were constantly trying to rush into the core position with the impact of the fearless death. But the Earth Alliance that has been preparing for so long is not unprepared. Just kidding, there are thousands of staff members in the entire Earth Alliance, and what they do every day is to deduce various possible situations. All the core launch positions are equipped with electromagnetic rapid-fire guns and mecha units. Through this nearly 1 year of production regardless of cost, the entire Earth Alliance has armed a mecha reinforcement regiment of 8,000 people. It is said to be a regiment, but the firepower configuration can only be described as sad and mad. And not only the firepower configuration, the soldiers of the entire mech regiment are all elites from various countries. For example, the top 10 special forces of their own family, the SEALs of the Eagle Source family, the Delta and the Rangers, the Cossacks of the Demau family, the Alpha, the Special Air Service SAS of the Gallic Chicken family, the Military Police Special Service Team of the Nuneu family, the Men in Black and so on. There are almost all the kings of soldiers in the world, all veterans. Chapter 306, Justice Descends from the Sky. Chapter 306 Justice Descends from the Sky. Although the Ground Alliance has gathered them together, they are basically grouped according to the original troops. Was then distributed around all core positions as a core security force. With their individual mechas, they have the ability to fight even against the enemy's mecha. And they all have the highest level of support, and they can call all the air and ground forces currently assembled near Demau's house at any time. There are more than a dozen synchronous satellites in the sky for real-time communication support. Facts have also proved that the combat effectiveness of these veterans is very powerful. The small harassment troops sent by the opponent could not get close to the core launch position at all. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, with the fire order from the headquarters. The local Alliance army, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately began to act. The first thing to do is the battleship group in the Bering Strait. Although the fleet is still suppressing the things in the sea, it does not affect the elementary school students to throw all the missiles out of their stomachs. More than 1,000 missiles turned into countless swords and shot straight into the sky, followed by the tactical missiles of the Mao family in the core area. Although is not a nuclear warhead, the 12 big guys that took off still made the escorting fleet look bloody. The plan of the Earth Alliance was to wipe out the opposite side in one wave with absolute superior firepower. To do this, all firepower must arrive at the same time as possible. Not only the fleet of the White Collar Strait, but also the silo that the Eagle Source family assembled on the west coast fired 32 militia. Dongfeng from Rabbit's House also completed the launch at the border, and a total of 40 also flew into the air. The EU side can't just watch it. 36 M51s from Nunu's family came. Although Gall Chicken didn't have its own tactical missiles, it still launched the Trident tactical missiles from the Yingjiang family. In addition to the various types of missiles fired by the surrounding mobile launch points. After a while, the sky was already filled with more than 4,000 missiles of various types, as well as more than 100 tactical missiles. This is not over yet. The more than 8,000 heavy artillery pieces arranged around the enemy base also started bombarding for half an hour. Countless heavy grenades dashed towards the target as if they didn't need money. Almost all the tanku bosses who were watching the live broadcast were all sweaty. Good guy, the Washang's share of these firepower accounts for more than 90%. Sure enough, as long as these 5 permanent members join forces, they will have nothing to do with them. Just watch the play honestly. Big Brother is awesome. Come on, Big Brother. And the first to reach the area is the surrounding heavy artillery fire. Countless grenades rained down on the defense net of the enemy base. Although there were countless waves, it was clear that the opponent's energy shield was still very strong. It is difficult to open a gap with this heavy artillery. But it's okay, the big guys are coming soon. On the periphery of the local base at this time, an army of 350,000 people was watching this fateful battle from all directions. As a VIP stand, their senses are far more intuitive than those of the spectators sitting behind the live broadcast. The earth roared, and the harsh screeching sound was like the end of the day. The roar of more than 8,000 artillery pieces all around resounded through the sky. The reporters who were broadcasting live also put down their microphones and let the camera directly aim at the shield in front of them. The number of netizens watching this live broadcast has reached an unprecedented 400 million. It can be said that the eyes of the world are focused on the actions of this day. One side is the roaring artillery fire, and the other side is the immovable energy shield. The battle between the spear and the shield has made countless military fans hooked. Fuck, so many heavy artillery can't be fired. Grandmas. The tortoise shell is too hard, these cannons can easily kill a hall. Be confident upstairs. Except for the upper 3 of the 5 permanent members, no one can resist this level of firepower. Indeed, Nunu and Galji have no tactical depth, and in the face of this level of coverage, they can only be beaten. I just want to know if this battle will be successful. Definitely. The energy shield is not an immortal, as long as it consumes the energy threshold, it can be broken. Look at the sky. What are those bright spots? Stars. God trademark star, the big guy is here. Just as everyone was talking about it, bright spots in the sky continued to light up like a morning star. Although small, it is exceptionally bright. The missile group has arrived. Like the day Mori soared, another group of troops on the ground that had been prepared for a long time also joined the attack. 60 triply mounted electromagnetic cannons have already been charged. Looking at the missile group that was about to arrive on the battlefield, the commander in charge of the electromagnetic gun immediately ordered that all the electromagnetic guns fire without restriction. A wisp of purple light pierced the sky. If the attack of the heavy artillery is raindrops, then the attack of this electromagnetic gun is a spear. Violent and direct. And this time, all the ternary extrusion explosives were used, and the funds were full. Was wrapped in the power of electromagnetism, and the opponent's shield, which was originally motionless, finally reacted at this time. Sure enough, the best way to deal with energy shields is to attack with energy weapons as well. It is a pity that although electromagnetic kinetic energy weapons carry energy, they are not pure energy attacks after all. but relying on the powerful kinetic energy, it also put a lot of pressure on the shield on the opposite side. Especially after some electromagnetic guns were fired, although they did not penetrate, they also inserted the warhead into the shield. Compared to surface explosions, the energy that explodes directly inside can easily affect the energy flow of the overall shield. But fortunately, these electromagnetic guns could not completely destroy the energy flow of the shield, but the ensuing missile group became the last straw that broke the camel. What is justice from the sky? Maybe this is it. The missiles that fell straight down took the lead in completing their mission. Although they still didn't blow through the opponent's defenses, they made the entire shield look crumbling. Even defensive air defenses appeared in some places. Immediately, some shells penetrated the interior of the defense net along these holes. Netizens who saw this scene immediately cheered. But there was silence in the headquarters of the Earth Alliance. The enemy's bases are all hidden underground, and the heavy artillery hits the mountain, which has no effect. The other party obviously saw this, and concentrated the originally scattered energy on the top of his head. However, just as the Earth Alliance had predicted, the opponent's shield was powerful but not outrageous. The energy pillar in the center has already turned from blue to red during the high-intensity operation. Although he concentrated his energy to block the attack from the sky, the more than 100 tactical bombs that finally fell were already the most powerful attacks on Earth except for nuclear weapons. Only heard a shaky explosion, followed by mushroom clouds rising into the sky, and the diffuse black smoke directly covered the opponent's base. After about a few seconds, the vibration of the Earth spread all around. Apparently, tactical missiles have penetrated the interior. Chapter 307. Chapter 307. In fact, I haven't waited for Yingjin to call out. The Dream-class spacecraft, which has been hiding in the clouds, has begun to descend. On the spacecraft, there are special instruments responsible for monitoring the defense changes of the energy shield below. After confirming that the shield below has been damaged, the spaceship lurking diagonally above the enemy base has now fallen under the clouds. The huge body slowly emerged, and the gun muzzles that had been prepared all around were aimed at it. In the war room inside the spaceship at this time, a general was seriously looking at the various data appearing on the screen in front of him. He is currently the temporary captain of the Dream-class No.1 ship, and has the highest authority on the current ship. In order to prevent the intelligence system of the spacecraft from being invaded by the enemy, all intelligence levels have been lowered. Is that the manual operation cannot be switched if there is a problem? At this point, all the muzzles of the spaceship have been aimed at the local base below. Although the specific situation cannot be clearly seen through the dark smoke, the feedback from the instrument cannot be faked. Without saying a word, with the sound of, "Let's go," the gun muzzle on the left opened fire first. After a round of shelling, the spacecraft quickly turned the bow and turned the right side of the ship, with the uninterrupted attack of the top muzzle and the bottom pod. The firepower that burst out at this moment is no worse than that of the surrounding electromagnetic artillery positions. The blow from the sky suddenly made the already lively enemy position even more intense. A blast of electromagnetic cannon slammed on the surface like a war hammer. The surrounding territorial forces were also sweating profusely. This firepower is too sad and mad, but fortunately it is aimed at the enemy. If it falls on everyone, I am afraid that it will not be able to destroy the defense line in minutes. Prepare the burrowers. Seeing that the other party has been suppressed, the General Headquarters of the Earth Alliance and the Commander-in-Chief of this ship also issued new orders. The 1,300 heavy Earth-penetrating bombs that have been prepared on the periphery have already been prepared. Two-thirds of them are in the ground launch positions, and the other third is in the body of the Dream-class No.1 ship. In the huge cabin, with the issuance of a new order, The large cabin doors on both sides of the hull that were originally used to transport goods were opened directly. A large number of simple launches have also been angled. But just as the penetrator was about to launch, a sharp clear howling sounded suddenly. What followed was a beam of light soaring towards the sky from the ground to the spaceship. 1, 2, 3. A full 8 beams of light hit the shield of the spacecraft in no particular order. Suddenly, the alarm sounded inside the spacecraft. In the main display, the energy bar representing the shield threshold rose rapidly. "Quick! Turn on the backup energy." The captain hurriedly gave the order, and a person next to him quickly turned on 2 buttons on the console. I only heard the core sound inside the engine suddenly rise a bit, and the threshold of the rapid rise was slowed down a bit. "Quick, are the penetrators ready?" Seeing that he had resisted the attack, the captain also hurriedly asked. "Already prepared." "Okay, contact the ground launch site." Launch. Don't dare to delay, the launch time has already been synchronized. Watching the countdown of less than 15 seconds, the captain was also heartbroken and let the spacecraft lean over. The 6 energy beams that cut through the sky slowly faded and dissipated 10 seconds after hitting the spaceship. But the whistling sound inside showed no sign of abating. The ground observation team immediately reported the situation to the General Headquarters of the Ground Alliance. 80% of the opponent's energy weapons are cooling down, the exact time is unknown. The appearance of these 6 lasers did not exceed everyone's expectations. The mechanical body already carried defensive energy weapons before, so it was impossible for such a large base to be without it. Fortunately, the energy shield of the spaceship is not vegetarian. After 10 seconds of being slapped, he still stood firm. Since the opponent's counterattack has been cooled down, then it's your turn to play. These more than 1,000 Earth-penetrating bombs are a feast that the 5 hooligans have been busy with for more than half a year. Is already all that the entire Earth is currently alive. If this blow fails, you can only use mushroom eggs to wash the ground directly. Success or failure is here. May 4th. 3, 2, 1 fire. The tense engagement did not affect the plan of the battle. With the sound of ignition, in the long-deployed ground launching positions, missiles launched again and again. Lift off. Because it was launched from close range, these heavy missiles with a range of thousands of miles rushed into the sky at the speed of the blink of an eye, and then turned their direction and turned into meteors and hit the ground. This one up and down is less than 20 seconds. Not only the ground, but all the missiles on the spacecraft were also shot into the sky through the platform. On the ground, countless heavy artillery and electromagnetic artillery are still suppressing the opponent's shield. In the slightly scattered smoke, the broken shield could already be vaguely seen. The beam of light in the center had already become extremely crimson, and the originally thick shield had also been opened with countless loopholes. Although they were slowly healing, one side was closed and another was immediately blown open. Facing the swarm of missiles that struck again overhead, there was no extra movement in this enemy base. At first, everyone thought there would be an accident, but until the missiles fell into the ground one after another, and after countless shock waves blew the entire mountain down, everyone was the one who looked at me and I looked at you, with a look of surprise. No accident? It seems that in order to defend against their own attacks, the opponent has already concentrated their energy on the shield. And this overwhelming shelling also made the defense equipment that had sneaked into the surface unable to fire normally. You must know that in order to cover these more than 1,000 penetrating bombs, the bullet points of the entire mountain peak are densely packed with no gaps at all. However, at this time, the troops that were placed on the periphery of the local base were not very happy. Although they were far apart, more than 1,000 heavy earth penetrators erupted in the mountain at the same time. The impact of not only shattered the mountain, but also caused the surrounding area to fall into a small man-made earthquake. Waited for more than half an hour until the smoke cleared. Only then did everyone realize that the mountain in front of it that was nearly 1,000 meters high has now only changed to 300 or 400 meters. And even the base was blasted with countless cracks. As for the original energy shield, the mountain is gone, so the equipment is naturally inevitable. A lot of scrap iron flew into the surrounding positions, and it could be seen that this blow indeed had a great effect. It is good. Watching the picture passed back by the satellite. In the original commanding room of the Earth Alliance, the 5 bosses felt a little more comfortable. Before launched the attack, no one knew what the result would be, but now it seems that God is still on his side. Order the troops, move them all out. Bring me the opponent's nest in one go. Chapter 308 The Tangled Hands. A Cat. Chapter 308 The Tangled Hands. A Cat. Rumble. With the sound of tanks starting, the impatient army that had been waiting for a long time immediately encircled from 4 directions after receiving the order. In the sky, fighter planes roared and flags fluttered on the ground. The advance of the military was not hindered by anything too much. Up to the base of the mountain, no hostile forces were found. This can't help but make everyone wonder, are these mechanical bodies really being served in one pot? The mountain has been destroyed into a pile of garbage. The military searched for a while and found 2 or 3 passages, but the internal structure was very unstable, so they didn't dare to send people down. In the middle of the mountain, there are several large holes, which are full of the wreckage of various steel products. From the appearance, it should be the equipment of the energy shield launcher. Is like a lightning rod, but the top has been completely blown off. Of course, the base is not good either. The interior of this place is obviously hollowed out. After the penetrating bomb was penetrated, the shock wave generated by the explosion was accumulated inside like a pressure cooker. Countless energies swept back and forth, basically stirring these things into non-recyclable garbage. Report: no mechanical body was found. Report: no abnormal signal detected. Report: the military is clearing the outer area and preparing to open up access. A piece of information was quickly passed from a distance back to the command room of the Earth Alliance. Although they didn't say anything, the bosses of the hall sitting below saw the 5 mouths in front of them smiling slightly. Judging from the current situation, the results are really good. Erguzi, what do you think? On the other side, Wang Chen, who was also watching the live broadcast, touched his chin. The situation is quite normal. After all, this is a base, and no matter how awesome it is, it can't stop the whole Earth from joining forces to go crazy. However, the absence of a mechanical body still makes Wang Chen a little strange. No matter how bad this base is, there should be some survivors. But so far, let alone enemies, not even a corpse has been found. Boss, I have studied Li Jianyuo's data and found nothing unusual. Erguzi emerged from the screen, shook his head and said, it seems that Li Jianyuo is in charge of this battle, but there are also Erguzi who are helping to analyze and deal with it. If Li Jianyuo is controlled, Erguzi can immediately kick him out of the internal system. Similarly, once Erguzi is charged, Li Jianyuo also has the same authority. In order to ensure that there are no accidents, all the missiles are launched manually, and even if they are launched, they are guided by mechanical gyroscopes. Almost turned off all automatic correction systems. Although this will lead to errors, the opponent's base target is so big that everyone can accept it as long as it doesn't sway out of a hill. And don't underestimate the power of machinery. The current technology has been able to ensure that even if only mechanical guidance is used, the accuracy can be improved to a reasonable range. Keep watching, I always feel something is wrong. Shook his head, Wang Chen was still a little worried. If something goes wrong, it will be a monster. The opponent's strength is not weak. Wang Chen doesn't believe that they can't even come up with a countermeasure. And soon, Wang Chen's worries became reality. Just after half an hour of hunting by the large army, outside the entire encirclement, a large number of unknown signals suddenly appeared. Countless red dots seemed to emerge from the void. In just 5 minutes, the number of red dots on the periphery has increased to as many as 100,000. These are all enemy machines. There are not only those running on the ground, but also more than 10,000 mechanical bodies that can fly. After these machines appeared, they were all covered in red light, and they rushed towards the buttocks of the large army as if they were dying. If you can't touch it, the launch position hiding behind is the first to be unlucky. The mobile unit was okay, and the 8 positions responsible for heavy artillery fire were swept directly. Almost all the artillery pieces were blown to scrap metal. This is not over yet. These machines seem to have been ordered to die. Even if he is beaten to a stump, he will detonate his core with his last breath. In just 5 minutes, the casualties in the rear had increased to more than 10,000 people. And this mechanical body is combined into a group, compared to the ground alliance army divided into 4 directions. But the number of people at a single point presents an overwhelming advantage. Quick! The back team turns to the front team. The no. 1 army stands on the spot. The no. 2 and no. 3 army flank. The no. 4 army supports no. 1. Fortunately, the person commanding this army is also a big guy. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately made the most correct choice. Then he ordered the 8,000 mecha regiments to immediately assemble to support the No. 1 position to block it. Be sure to hold on before the 2nd and 3rd legions complete the outflanking. This legion is basically the elite of the Rabbit and the Big Mao family. Although now is the era of global alliance, there is still a clear trend of grouping in the local alliance. For example, the 1st Legion is the people of the Rabbit and the Big Hare, and the 2nd Legion is the people of Northern Europe and the Eagle Source family. The 3rd Corps is composed of the first-class halls headed by Hansa Cat. As for the 4th Legion, it is mainly logistics, and there are people from each family, but the combat effectiveness is slightly weaker. After receiving the order, the soldiers of the 1st Corps immediately began to build fortifications, and began to counterattack frantically with the help of heavy firepower. Has long been assembled in the Bering Straits ground-based aircraft carrier battle group and the countless military airfields around, and the fighter planes that have been waiting for a long time have taken off. Although the heavy artillery position was missing, the heavy firepower was somewhat lacking. But the Dream in the Sky also joined the battle at this time. Is supporting the 1st Army. Looking at the mechanical body rushing forward, the commander of the 1st Corps pulled out his weapon and shot in the air. Call me all trademark. For a time, fierce guns resounded through the sky, and the tragic battle kicked off. The 2nd and 3rd Legions, which were moving from left to right, were also moving fast without stopping. The 2nd Army has Eagle Source, and I dare not say that at least the mechanical movement is full. Don't look at many people on the internet who say that Eagle Source relies on equipment to fight, and the will to fight is extremely high. But the fact is that the people of the Eagle Source family are full of martial virtues, and they are the only one who has been fighting continuously since the 20th century. In terms of combat experience alone, their army is absolutely qualified. As for the soldiers of the Eagle Source family, they dare not work hard. That's more of a joke. There is a saying that is quite right: the soldiers of the Eagle Source family are afraid of hardship, but they are definitely not afraid of death. The kamikaze of World War II is famous, right? But how many people know about this so-called kamikaze? And the first one to use it is the soldiers of the Eagle Source family. They just suffered from the rabbit hanging on the wall. In addition to rabbits, who in the world can dare to say fight against the Hawk Source? The second army moved quickly, but the third army had some problems. The command of this army is in the hands of the Hanscat family, and the troops of the Hanscat family are assembled very quickly. But the problem is that it is true that they assembled quickly, but the other troops were not so fast. Even during the inspection, Hanscat found that only 1/3 of the 3,000 people in a certain cold country came. The rest of the people just disappeared. Fuck, this made Hanscat furious. Not only this family, but the third brother's troops also had a lot of problems. In desperation, Hans could only let the headquarters team rush to the flank with the already assembled manpower, while the deputy head of the Legion stayed and continued to gather the team. Chapter 309. This is the result. 20,220,710. Chapter 309. This is the result. The information on the front line was quickly fed back to the combat headquarters of the Ground Alliance. In the main display screen, on a huge three-dimensional simulation map, you can clearly see the advancing direction and progress of all the ground forces. This team is the ace in the Terrestrial Alliance, and the individual soldier communication has been distributed to the individual. The first and second corps naturally have nothing to say. When everyone looked at the third army, it was obvious that they felt a little weird. The little dots around are obviously not normal. The above quickly called and asked the commander of the third army. In the face of the inquiry, the boss also reluctantly explained the situation to this side. What can be determined at present is that 2/3 of the soldiers in a certain cold country have retreated without a fight. As for the third brother, although they didn't run away, their gathering speed can no longer be described as slow. Fortunately, everyone knows that these two families are here to make up the number, and they have not been regarded as the main force of the Legion. Hanscat himself has led the rest of the team in the hall, and he will definitely not delay the joint operation. Hearing this news, the faces of the 5 rogues were a little unsightly. Especially Ying Source. He recommended joining the army in this great cold country. This is the result. Also, why do you feel so familiar with this way of running? Damn, no, you have to warn the people of your own legion to stay away from them, and don't be killed by these guys. Comforted Hanscat, who was a little excited, and asked them to rush over to gather first. As for the rest, we will deal with it here. As soon as he hung up the phone, he looked at the person under the stage with a dark face. The big hair next to also shook his head. Retreat before the fight. Although we don't have any expectations for you, this is a joint operation, and you will have big problems if you do this. That. Eagle Source, listen to my explanation. The boss of the great cold country was already in a cold sweat at this time. His family knew about his family affairs, and he applied for this position with all his might, but he did not expect that this first attack would go wrong. Get out of the army, take the main temple, with me. Eagle Source also knew that it was to save face for not opening the above. Immediately, he issued an order to evict the guests without any hesitation. If it weren't for the society under the rule of law now, just because of your escape, I would have the second army lead someone to destroy you in minutes. No. It can't be like this. How can we get along if it spreads out? It's your business how you mess up. If the combat operation fails, you should wait to be held accountable. And the third brother, whether you can do it or not, get out. It is very rude for Yingjin to speak with a black face. Originally, I wanted to say that third brother, if you can't do it, you will go to the 4th Army for logistics, but the words didn't come out. Let the third brother do the logistics. That's fine. A car can be repaired with an extra screw, and all the planes that are connected to it will fall apart. Don't panic. I've already informed the past and told them to temporarily give up the use of new vehicles and switch to motorcycles for maneuvering, which will never be a hindrance. The third brother quickly expressed his position, saying that he already had a reasonable solution to this matter. It's better, everyone, it's not my words. This matter is related to the safety of the Earth. I hope everyone can go all out. Eagle etched inside and shook his head. If you want me to say, they are responsible for contributing. What kind of battlefield is there? Look, something happened? Nearby Damao gave a white glance, and he had been opposed to this matter from the very beginning. The matter of the war can be left to the 5 of us and a few first-rate parishioners. What are the others doing? The 3rd Legion was originally an extraordinary 5-member team headed by Hans Kat. Hans Kat's fighting power is assured by everyone. Although this product has failed before, the blood of the Germanic people is still there. In fact, Hans Kat did not disappoint everyone. Although there is definitely no way to compare it with the crazy era of that year, but under a complete system, there is no problem with the overall operation of the Third Army. Okay, let's talk less. The Great Cold Country's army immediately withdrew from the Third Army Corps, and the third brother quickly followed to help. Don't drag it behind. Other things will be discussed later. The above is also very angry, but I also know that now is not the time to quarrel. Let's do this for now, and the rest will be settled slowly after winning the battle. At this time, the Siberia region was already a pot of porridge. The First Army stubbornly blocked the enemy's onslaught. 8,000 mecha soldiers charged on the front line, relying on the strength of the mecha and the toughness of the opponent. In the sky, almost the entire air force of the Earth Alliance was supporting the First Army. However, those flying machines of the opponent are not decorations. Looks like a robot with a jet device, but it doesn't actually lose much to a fighter jet. But fortunately, although the number of enemy air forces is large, the Earth Alliance is backed by the Dream spaceship, which can stabilize its position. Dream is not only a large E-caliber electromagnetic gun, the firepower formed by hundreds of electromagnetic rapid-fire guns around it makes the opponent's mechanical body dare not approach at all. The detoured troops are also rushing to the scheduled location non-stop. Everyone is a fully mechanized army, and they can go extremely fast even in a bad place like Siberia. An hour and a half later, the Second Army arrived on the left first, and all the soldiers were taking a final rest. They were expected to launch an official attack 10 minutes later. On the other hand, the Third Corps, which had reduced several thousand people out of thin air, was not slow. Even if it was delayed, it was only 5 minutes later than the Second Army to arrive at the scheduled location. The team behind the third brother is still rushing here, but the commander of the Hans Kat family no longer counts on them. I don't even think it doesn't matter if I come or not. If it starts running for no apparent reason during the war, it will be a daydream. Why the superiors hate deserters when they are fighting? Because this one brings 2 and 2 bring 4, the defense line can be dismantled from the inside in minutes. The news that the Second and Third Corps were in place soon reached the First Corps. At this time, the forward position of the First Army Corps was already a scorched piece of smoke. The First Corps, as the elite of the elite, has a total of nearly 60,000 people. In the face of the sneak attack of 100,000 mechanical bodies, it is not easy to block the attack. Fortunately, the Fourth Army in the rear is coming soon. Then give the dumplings directly to the bread. Headquarters order. The general attack will be launched in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourself. In the command room of the First Corps, the regiment commander of the Rabbit family and the deputy commander of the Damao family were looking at the map in front of them. A messenger next to him handed the order just passed to the two of them. The two red-eyed bosses who had already killed nodded to each other. Understood, we'll make arrangements. Chapter 310 Fierce Battle. 20,220,710. Chapter 310 Fierce Battle. On the side of the First Army, the Second Army that just arrived is making the final preparations here. These 60,000 people can be said to be the elite after the First Corps. led by the Eagle Source family. They are all troops with rich combat experience in the Middle East and Africa for a long time. The main force of is Eagle Source and Gallic Chicken. Don't look at the big country milk method, but it is very funny. But there is one thing to say, Gallic Chicken is much stronger than the current Nunu. And as an African emperor, the actual combat experience of the Gallic Chicken Legion is also a lot. Naturally, he became Yingqian's most important ally. Of course, Nunu is not bad, although it is a lot lonely, but after all, it is also a hall of faith. When came, Yingqian was actually worried that the Gallic Chicken would go white after being beaten. But later I found out that these guys are not as bad as everyone thinks. Although World War II contributed famous scenes, there are objective reasons for that. Just experienced in the First World War, the Gallic Chicken, who was beaten with blood, was not very war-weary in the country. In addition, the line of defense used for defense was directly bypassed, and the defense was out of reach and I didn't want to fight, so I naturally voted. Although the face is not very good, this step has allowed the Gallic Chicken to retain its absolute strength. And this time in the face of the global crisis, Gallic Chicken, as a part of Tong's mouth, is unavoidable. Those are aliens, even if you vote or they are slaves. The internal mood of Gallic Chicken at this time became extremely positive because of the propaganda of Tongku. Perhaps everyone has forgotten about it except playing memes. My Gallic Chicken is a Mandarin duck, one red and one blue. As in ideological power, red origin. Be a slave? What a joke. The glory of the Emperor and the Commune have not disappeared. On the front line of the Second Corps at this time, the second in command of the Gallic Chicken family was holding a loudspeaker and constantly cheering for his own army. This is an opportunity. Because of the famous scene before, the world's sense of home is very bad. The above has also given an order, this time to reverse the situation no matter what. Anyway, our family's strength is stronger than the next door, isn't it? And not far away is the Nunu family's army. Watching the Gallic Chicken keep cheering, the Nunu family officer calmly shouted his own slogan. God bless the Queen, always win, be honored. One thing to say, the momentum is really good. The Gallic Chicken wants to get rid of the milk method. Why doesn't Nunu want to rebuild its glory? Just as the two sides continued to cheer and refuel, 3 minutes later, the command for the general attack was officially issued from the headquarters. All the direct subordinate units of the three legions have surrounded the enemy below. Time to get rid of these mechanical bodies. Brothers, fight for freedom. The commander of the Second Corps stood on the high platform with a long spear in his hand. Suddenly, the Second Army, which had been prepared for a long time, began to cut down. At the same time, there was the Third Army on the other side. In order to better cause damage to the enemy. The weapons currently used by the Allied forces are not any active-duty rifles. Is a special rifle that was temporarily developed to fire 12.7 mm caliber for power bullets. Due to the huge power, only semi-automatic methods can be used. Is the only way to inflict certain lethality on the enemy. And these rifles also all have simple grenade launchers, which can fire 25 mm caliber grenades. Even in order to supplement the firepower, 3 revolving 40 mm grenade launchers will be carried between the squads. No, as soon as they fought, the grenade launchers of both sides fired first. A high explosive grenade broke into the local position as if it didn't cost money. Although the damage that can be caused by one shot is not high, it is really too much to hold. Behind such a force stands the military-industrial system of the entire Earth. The flanking attack on both sides immediately reduced the pressure on the First Army. In the face of the two corps that suddenly attacked, the enemy machine did not panic. Directly divided into two parts to start interception. At the same time, the battle above the sky has also entered the stage of white hot. The air forces of both sides want to give as much fire support to the ground as possible. Inevitably, dogfights will break out. In just a short while, the Earth Alliance has lost hundreds of planes. The opponent's loss is similar, but the problem is that if you fight like this, you can't afford it yourself. Currently participating in the war are 3, 4 and 5 generations of fighters from all over the world. The enemy's flying machines are almost equal to about 4.5 generations, and there are more. The most important thing is that the enemy is a mechanical body. As long as it doesn't fall apart, you can fly as you want. And your own plane has to consider whether the pilot can handle it. The gap between the human body and steel has been revealed. In desperation, the Commander-in-Chief of the Earth Alliance could only order the Air Force to fight around the spacecraft. Pull with defensive firepower and the opposite side. But the other side is not stupid, so he doesn't bother at all when he sees this situation. If you don't come down, I will toss your ground troops. The point is the tank armor on the ground. Fortunately, the enemy's base was destroyed, no matter how much these mechanical bodies were tossed. Lost the supply point, and the ammo they carried was quickly consumed. Although the first time it caused great damage to the ground vehicles. But when the ammunition runs out, these flying machines are actually not much of a threat. The tragic battle continued, and 4 hours later, the Central Mechanical Legion had been wiped out by about half. And the original 4 legions had already suffered nearly 100,000 casualties at this time. Fortunately, the enemy's supplies have basically been exhausted, and it is difficult to fire enough firepower. It's like my own side, although the casualties are also very heavy, but the supply has never been interrupted, and the more firepower it is, the stronger it is. May have discovered that there is no way to win. 6 hours after the ground battle began, the opponent's tactics changed again. The mechanical body that was still a little scattered at this time has completely shrunk into a ball. Then, before everyone could react, a part of the mechanical body rushed directly to the back of the encircling circle. Relying on his unreasonable defensive power, he directly broke into the position and detonated the core without saying a word. Self-destructed and opened the way, and the mechanical bodies behind also swarmed up, like a sharp knife inserted into the back of the pocket. The other party is trying to break through. The General Headquarters of the Earth Federation, which has been paying attention to the situation, immediately analyzed the enemy's turn. But before there was a result, a more violent energy suddenly burst out from the wreckage of the enemy base. An extremely thick blue beam of light shot straight into the sky, and then an endless shockwave swept all around like the end of the day. What is even more terrifying is that the ground around the original base was broken inch by inch, and countless cracks spread like a spider web. The nearest First Army came to Dame. Many soldiers were thrown out before they could react, or they fell into a ravine and their life and death were unknown. The other party has given all the bases. Chapter 311. 20,220,711. Chapter 311. The sudden explosion not only made the soldiers of several legions dizzy. Even the mechanical body that has not protruded from the center is also within the explosion range. But they are not flesh and blood after all, and have a good resistance to this situation. Just when the legion was in a brief chaos, a part of the mechanical body had opened a passage from the back of the pocket. There were almost 6,000 machines that broke out of the encirclement. Although the officers and soldiers in charge of the rear of the palace responded very quickly, they quickly blocked the opening. But the machine that escaped had no intention of turning back. From the map, they seem to be the capitals that want to go straight to the Damao family. Since Wang Chen developed the antidote, Damao naturally brought back the people who had been evacuated. And in the capital, there were millions of people at this time. Looking at the machine that rushed straight away on the map, Damao's eyes instantly turned red. These bastards want to kill? Not only Damao, but also several other people saw it. Opposite this is obviously a rhythm to maximize damage. From the very beginning of the death charge, to the self-destruction of the base behind. Step by step, he seems to be trying his best to weaken his own strength. And now, the thousands of mechanical bodies rushed out by the explosion. Once they are allowed to enter the city, the ghost knows what will happen. Get me the military. Demao couldn't sit still. He just picked up his phone and called. Although the Terrestrial Alliance has assembled the world's elite, as the world's two-continents war boss, the Demao family still has about 800,000 marine troops. And there was an army garrisoned around the capital. After receiving a call from their boss, the unit that was still watching the play was also panicked. The explosion over there can be clearly heard even from this distance. Judging from the map, it would take up to 2 days on the opposite side to touch the vicinity of the capital. Once inside the city, millions of people in the entire capital would be in danger. Immediately, the military who stayed in the capital immediately issued an order. In addition to letting the army immediately start the defense, at the same time pulling the alarm, all the people should hide at home and never come out. With so many people, once there is chaos, the consequences will be unimaginable. Order. The First Army is quick to support. Be sure to keep the opponent out of the city, and the other armies will destroy the remaining mechanical bodies before setting off. Touched his chin, and a new order was quickly issued. The Mao family, as an ally, is already unlucky enough. If this capital is beaten, the ghost knows if it will go crazy. You must know that the Demao family has brought almost all the elites closer to the Ground Alliance. Although the troops left behind are not bad, most of them are second-tier teams. Once the capital falls, the pressure of public opinion from the public can be a bit scary. The new order was quickly communicated to the First Corps. The soldier of the First Legion, who had just recovered from the suffocation, was also stupid after receiving the order. 250,000 surrounded by 100,000, and let the other side rush out for 10,000 less. Second are the 3 legions fishing for fish. Especially the big hairs in the First Legion, even breathing a lot faster. Many of them have their hometowns in the capital. There are their wives and children. Davari, hurry up. The deputy commander of the First Army was the general of the Demao family. After knowing the situation, he didn't even take a rest, and urged his subordinates to prepare for the journey. I'll go to the Second and Third Corps to borrow a car and leave in half an hour. The boss of the First Corps thought for a while calmly. The explosion just now caused a lot of casualties to everyone. Although we haven't had time to count the number of people, the 60,000 troops of the First Army are afraid that even half of them can continue to fight. And the vehicle consumption is serious. What can you do to chase others without the mobility? So the top priority is to quickly find a car around and give everyone a short rest time at the same time. Replenish ammunition when you need to replenish ammunition, eat and drink when you need to. Although the deputy army commander was also very anxious, he nodded his head in a sullen manner after hearing this. If you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, prepare it. The order was issued, and the logistics department immediately began to operate. Countless vehicles rushed to the positions of the First Army with a large amount of supplies. Almost all the soldiers of the Mao family are filling their equipment with anger. Half an hour is not long. Soon, the hurriedly replenished First Army attacked again. Numerous vehicles carrying soldiers quickly chased in the direction of the mechanical body. No accident, it should be able to fight a beautiful flanking attack with the defenders of the city. However, the situation changed again after an hour. The satellite that has been monitoring the sky found that the original group of machines has now been divided into countless small troops. Then directly bypassed the frontal defense of the city, and began to detour from the left and right directions. Obviously, the opponent has no idea of colliding with the troops at all, and there is only one tactic full of them. That is to go to town. This kind of scattered operation, to be honest, once you encounter a regular army, it will definitely be sent. The only advantage of is that it is flexible enough, and it is difficult for heavy firepower to cause effective damage to them. As long as they can enter the city, with their own mobility and the complexity of street fighting. Not only can it kill a large number of people, but it can also pull the heavy troops on the periphery into endless street battles. As long as it can be pulled into street battles, the so-called superiority of troops and firepower will be difficult to spread. This action made the headquarters of the Earth Alliance go silent. Opposite this approach is indeed hitting everyone's weakness. The biggest problem is that the defensive power of the capital of the Mao family can indeed block this enemy. But the premise is that the other party is willing to confront you head-on. Now, the opposite side is broken into pieces, and the capital is not protected by a city wall, and the troops stationed there are completely unable to wrap the entire city. Even if it is to move troops from all directions, it will take time. Order the troops to move all the people in the suburbs into the city, shrink the defense circle, and spread the troops to all the alleys to set up defense points. Be sure to hold them back. The eldest of the Mao family almost gave this order after thinking about it for a long time. Abandoning the outer suburbs also means taking the initiative to pull the battlefield into street fighting. If loses the superiority of troops, the casualties of its own officers and soldiers will also increase. But there is no way, abandoning the suburbs can barely protect the city center. As long as you hold on to the other side, soon, the global forces will come in continuously. Not to mention, his own army has nearly 400,000 people who are rushing over in the starry night. The transport plane is carrying troops frantically. This is not only the cargo plane of Mao's own, but the aviation brigade headed by Eagle Source. Chapter 312 20,220,711. Chapter 312 Fight to the Death. Even if Mao doesn't want to admit it, he has to say that the strength of the Eagle Source family is indeed very high. Especially in the area of air power, relying on their huge fleet of transport aircraft. In just one day, they moved all the 50,000 troops around the capital to participate in defense. At the same time, the transfer of the suburbs has also been completed, and now millions of people are concentrated in the downtown area. On the periphery of the protection point are various checkpoints temporarily set up by the military. The eldest of the Mao family resolutely returned to the capital on the same day despite everyone's dissuasion. Explicitly gave a speech on TV. Means that he will be entangled with this enemy here to the end. Not only soldiers, but all the men of the Mao family, please take out your weapons now, for the sake of the family and the children. If the army in front falls, then I will fight to the death with you here and the other side. This is Moscow. It's time to let the enemy know that you made a wrong decision. The passionate speech seems to be able to calm everyone's inner panic. Looked at the great commander who was already standing on the Red Square and fighting with everyone. Not only the surrounding army, but also the people of the Mao family felt a surge of heat. In a tavern, more than a dozen strong men had already hung various weapons on their bodies. Each of them also carried a bottle of vodka in their hands, and they looked at each other and said, "Allah." Then he drank the entire bottle in one gulp. "Everyone, I'm going to guard my wife and children. If these bastards dare to come, I'll make them regret it. Ha ha ha, isn't it? Don't be scared to pee your pants. Go away. If we really get to that point, let's see who kills more. Okay, that's it, everyone. I hope there will be a chance to drink together. There will be, let's go." This is happening in the city center at this time. The Mao family, as a fighting nation, is also legally allowed to carry guns. And the people of the Mao family are obviously more violent than the Eagle Source family. In addition to small pistols, which are easy to hide, all kinds of rifles and machine guns are fully automatic without restrictions. When it comes to the firepower of the common people, the Demau family is definitely on the list. At this time, at the headquarters of the Earth Federation, everyone shook their heads when they saw that there was already one person missing. Anyway, the courage of this great emperor is worth learning. Seeing that the uncle was already mobilizing the people to take up arms in self-defense, many people had an illusion. That is, it does not seem like a wise decision for these machines to choose the Demau family as the target of attack. Didn't you see that Hans Capilla was already trembling? Seems to be remembering some bad past events. Of course, at this time, the faces of several people on the stage were not very good looking. Let's not talk about the affairs of the Big Mao family, just the loss reported so far has already bleed everyone's heart. The 250,000 troops encircling and suppressing the local base have already reached 120,000 casualties, which is almost half of the battle losses. The reason for causing so many casualties is because these mechanical bodies self-destruct if they can't be beaten. Especially when the base was detonated at the end, but the entire army was blown up. These are all elites assembled from all over the world. Half of them died and 20,000 were injured. The loss is not too heavy. In addition to people, weapons and equipment are also completely lost. The assembled heavy artillery was almost completely useless, the vehicle lost 2/3, the Air Force lost 3/4, plus the number of missiles and missiles used to bombard the opponent. Even the rich and powerful Eagle Source was speechless at this time. It was too difficult. Although the result was good, it did destroy the opponent's base. But this loss is also really big. And the Ghost knows how much damage the machines that escape will cause. In this way, it can only be said that it was a disastrous victory. And this is just a base for the enemy, so hard to fight. If the opponent's main force is fully present, can everyone really win? There is less than a year and a half left. And it is really stressful. Okay everyone, looking in a positive direction, this wave is almost tossing all the weapons in our hands that need to be eliminated. Anyway, we have to vigorously promote new weapons and equipment. Keeping these things is a waste. And all kinds of expenses are required for maintenance. After reading the report above, I was rubbing my head with a headache. Seeing that everyone's expressions were a little low, he couldn't help opening his mouth to comfort him. The weapon is gone and rebuilt. These heavy artillery chariots, the planes and tanks are gone. Just replaced with a new one. As for the missiles, let's slowly accumulate them. Isn't there a year and a half left? But in the coming days, everyone has to really work harder. Arms factories must work around the clock. And all kinds of war preparation materials must be prepared as soon as possible. Especially the new generation of tanks and aircraft that have been launched. All have to go full steam ahead for production. Not only that, but all the halls that provide raw materials have to lower their prices. This is already a global crisis. Do you earn so much money to be buried with you? Send as many as you want. After the above words were said, someone immediately quit. Do not make money? What are you kidding? However, before they could continue to say anything, they gave Yingjin a wink. Gentlemen, the rabbit is right, this is no longer a problem that the 5 of us can solve, but requires everyone to work together. Making money is to enjoy life, and if you die well, that money is just a bunch of numbers. From now on, except for the basic labor costs, we will not give any more money for all the raw materials, but you have to send them to us. If you don't send them, then there is no problem, but the protection of the Earth Alliance will be gone. If the aliens call back, you will be blessed. If you have an opinion, say it now. If you don't say it, I will take it as a sister incarnation. So, Yingjin is very good at being a human being. The above thought was to give less, but Eagle Source simply did not plan to give it. But think about it, the Earth is almost gone, what's the use of making money? Except for the wages and expenses that laborers should have, There is no other half here. Love will not be pulled down. In the face of the blatant threat of Yingjin, some people below are dissatisfied but dare not say anything. Even Yingjin panicked. What else could they do? It is said that the consortium of Eagle Source has already started to operate at full strength. After all, it's okay to toss around, but it is about the fate of mankind, and no one dares to stumble on this matter. In the various military factories, profits have been ignored and production is running at full capacity. As Ying Source said, these rich people know better. What's the use of asking for money if your life is gone? Chapter 313. 20,220,712. Chapter 313. In the Bering Strait area, the ground coalition warships have already begun to assemble and prepare to return to the port for supplies. After this battle, the inventory on the basic warships was also emptied. Even a few nurses are already empty. And at this time, the battle line has shifted to the west, and there is a spaceship called Dream in the sky to assist, so the overall battle situation does not need the help of the fleet. After the fleet has replenished its ammunition, it is estimated that the battle over there is over. But just as the fleet was about to turn around, the machines that had been lurking in the water suddenly started to move again. These machines have been in the water and the fleet has been in a state of tug-of war. Everyone can't help anyone. Now the fleet doesn't want to care about them. Just as they were about to leave, these guys started moving again. The commander-in-chief of the fleet on the Black Dragon battleship was also looking at the radar in front of him with a dark face. These guys can't come out because they can dive, and even depth charges can only affect them to a certain extent. As for submarines, it is even more impossible to dive and fight with them. So after the Blackfish fired the missiles, as the leader of the fleet, he had already planned to evacuate the supplies first. As a result, I didn't run out for 5 minutes, and several red dots appeared all around at the same time. Not only the dozen or so machines lurking in the water before, but also 6 large-scale energy reactions. Matching from the source of the signal, it was quickly determined that it was the big crab that was killed because of the previous attack on Wang Chen. And this time it was 6. It turned out that the opposite side was waiting for the main force to come over after a long time of sawing. Seeing this, it seems that they still want to wrap up the entire fleet. As the boss of the fleet, he has always been in contact with the headquarters, and all kinds of analysis information will be sent to him immediately. Knowing that the opponent is trying to weaken the Earth's combat readiness as much as possible, then he must not let the fleet be buried here. 2/3 of the navy of the entire Eagle Source and 60% of the warships of the Rabbit family are here. If is destroyed by the regiment, the Alliance will completely lose control of the ocean in a short period of time. All the fleets obey my orders and immediately evacuate with the aircraft carrier as the center. I'll stop here. After weighing the left and right for a while, the captain also made an immediate decision. In this situation, it is basically impossible to go all the way, and the Dream-class spacecraft is on the way to support the Mao family again. The only feasible way is to cut yourself off and let the fleet go first. As a battleship, it is the only existence in the entire fleet that has an energy shield. Even a dozen of 6 is not without advantages. And his movement speed is very fast. The cold fusion core brings not only the strengthening of the force value, but also the soaring of the mobility. Just hold on for a while. Sir. The captains of the other ships wanted to say something, but were directly interrupted. Execute the order. After the evacuation, General Will of the USS Enterprise will temporarily serve as the fleet commander. Yes. Soldiers should obey orders first, even if they don't want to leave their companions alone to fight the enemy, but this is the best way at present. The news came from that the Dream spacecraft was replenishing ammunition to pursue the remaining enemy troops, and it would definitely not be possible. They are soldiers after all, And there are still millions of people waiting to be rescued in the capital of Damao. The people come first, so the dream will not be able to get through. There was also a heated discussion within the Earth Alliance as to whether or not to turn around to support the fleet. Eagle Source means to keep the fleet's strength, and the above means to rescue the Damao family first. The warship can be rebuilt if it is gone, and once there is a problem in the capital of the Mao family, all the halls in the entire Earth will be in an uproar. If you don't rescue, the next time the enemy comes back, believe it or not, everyone will run away. So even if you give up the fleet, you must save the people. Besides, the Black Dragon-class battleships are staying there. The aircraft carrier group does not have much combat power, but the battleships still exist. It hasn't fired a few shots yet. After some discussion, and the fact that the boss of the fleet had already given an order, Takijin reluctantly agreed. Turned his head and began to tell the fleet to hurry up and withdraw. The goal of is the military port of the Gate of Technology. There is a strong enough defense force there, and it is already the most important bridgehead in the entire East Asian waters. After such a long period of development, the factories inside the island have long been built. The efficiency of a fully mechanized factory is of course needless to say. Many much-needed weapons are produced here. Let's go. The general on the USS Enterprise also knew that it was not time to be hypocritical. Immediately shouted on the channel, and quickly went south with the entire aircraft carrier group and a dozen Blackfish. And the Black Dragon-class battleship turned around and drove towards the surrounding red dots. The whole ship is in combat readiness. Han had already put on his military coat at this time, and kept looking around in the observation room of the ship. The officers and soldiers on the entire Black Dragon-class battleship also kept running along the passage. Various ammunition was quickly taken out of the window. The three main guns have also been aimed in three directions. It can be seen from the radar that the big red dots in these three directions are about to rush out of the water. 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock to find the enemy. Turn the muzzle. Quick. Target locked. Put. Looking at the blisters bulging in three directions on the sea at the same time, Han immediately ordered the artillery positions to fire directly. Only saw 9 lines of purple light passing by, and a violent splash of water suddenly erupted on the sea ahead. A slight roar continued to sound, and the three behemoths took the lead to emerge from the water. At the same time, there is also the energy shield that constantly manifests on his body. You can still vaguely see some gaps that are being repaired. It can be seen that the shelling just now was indeed hit. 3 again. We're surrounded. And just a few seconds after they emerged, the water surface of the three areas around them was constantly surging. The other three crabs showed their bodies from other directions. Judging from the sky, his house is already in a semi-surrounded equipment. Han slapped his nose fiercely, looked left and right, and immediately ordered, turn around the whole ship. Tilt the hull 15 degrees. Drag the knife and shoot. Must not be focused by the opponent's firepower. Han thought very clearly that his ship was running fast, and he only needed to hold it. Anyway, the energy of the core is very abundant, as long as it is not directly destroyed and consumed. I am not afraid. Suddenly, the Black Dragon-class battleship that was still advancing quickly turned 180 degrees and continued to move in the other direction. And the mechanical body at the back is not a fool. When the battleship is about to run, it immediately shoots countless streamers, covering the entire battleship like a grenade. Chapter 314. 20,220,712. Chapter 314 To Save or Not to Save. This is the means by which those small mechanical bodies attacked submarines before. It's just that these crabs carry more launchers. The 6 crabs shot more than 400 light spots, almost covering the entire ship. Turn left. Fire near fire. Han shouted loudly. The helmsman next to quickly turned his direction to avoid the enemy's attack as much as possible. And the dozens of Sabaral rapid-fire guns deployed on the battleship also fired at the same time. Although they open a gap in the shield when they fire. But this is also where Metal Storm strikes. The rate of fire of the frenzy is almost as fast as the ammunition is connected to a laser. Is like a long whip waving continuously. From time to time, there are flying spots of light that are blown up by the volley. And even if it passes through the defensive firepower, it is not very effective against battleships that also have shields. Although the entire battleship was blown off a bit, it did no actual damage. The threshold is 36%. It's okay. All the main guns turn their muzzles, aim at the No.1 target, and fire a salvo. Staring at the threshold bar on the display, Han breathed a sigh of relief because he was afraid that the shield could not hold it. This Wang Chen's shield is also strong enough. Now it seems that the opponent's coverage bombing effect is not very good, and the energy shield does not have much pressure to block. In that case, it's my turn. The opponent has 6 big crabs. Scattered shooting will only waste ammunition. It is better to focus fire first and see if you can kill one of them. Use the ternary bomb. After thinking about it, Han added another sentence. The so-called ternary bomb refers to the ternary explosive. That thing, the whole ship is equipped with about 600 rounds. The missiles on the battleship have been fired before, and this ternary bomb is the strongest attack method on the battleship at present. Fully automated loading is fast. 10 seconds, the ammo is loaded. Let the hull turn again a few degrees to get the firing position. Han gave an order, and immediately 9 lines of purple light swept through the black smoke on the periphery and rushed towards the No.1 crab. The enemy's response is not slow, all controlled by artificial intelligence, no one is worse than the other. At the moment when the muzzle is aligned, the mechanical body has already begun to move laterally. However, the speed of the railgun is not a conventional weapon. In less than a second, it had already hit its outer shield. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion exploded in front of it, and the last one directly penetrated the shield and hit itself. Directly smashed the right half of his body. If there are damage statistics, this shot will directly reduce the 100% status to about 70%. It is good. Seeing the successful hit, the entire ship suddenly burst into cheers. However, before everyone was happy for a few seconds, 5 sturdy rays hit their shields straight. The warning sounded in an instant. Looking at the suddenly soaring value, Han grabbed the rudder and made a sudden right turn. Turns the energy ray that hits straight into an edge. It took only 5 seconds before and after, the ray disappeared, and the shield barely resisted the blow. But the energy shield launcher is already in a high temperature state, and if it is repeated several times, it will definitely fail. Move. Go shape. Fire suppression. Quick! Han shouted with a dark face. The opponent is an advantage in numbers, and this kind of focus cannot be eaten by himself. Fortunately, the opponent's ray can only last for 5 seconds. As long as you can dodge 1 or 2 gates, there are still fights. All artillery guns give me energy launchers aimed at each other. Like us, they all need to open a gap in the shield when firing. We also hit them when they fire. Han is the first time that he can only know battleships, but as an old navy for more than 20 years, his mind is still very bright. The opposite side is not stupid, it is impossible to give himself the opportunity to focus fire easily, and he also needs to constantly avoid the opponent's attack, and it is difficult to find an angle to aim at the same time. In that case, let's suppress fire and drag it back. As long as you can drag it on, the advantage will slowly come to your side. Although the dream ship cannot support it, it does not mean that he really has no reinforcements. As early as this morning, there were already 4 ships heading towards the strait. Counting the time, at most 2 hours will be able to support in place. If you want these guys to keep chasing after that time, let's bury them. Urguzi, is he along okay? At present, it's not optimistic. How long will it take for those 4 ships to arrive? It's already full speed ahead, and it will take 2 hours at the fastest. Can we support it? It's a bit difficult, the electromagnetic guns on the island can't reach. TSK. Wang Chen, who was watching the live broadcast in the laboratory, also touched his chin at this time. The first battle of this battleship is so hardcore. 1 pick 6. Looking at the current situation, the only ones that can support the past are the 4 newly refitted battleships. Those are the 4 battle lines that the Eagle Source family has modernized and remodeled on the Rabbit side. At present, the debugging of the core, artillery, and power system has been completed. The shield was barely installed. Was pulled out urgently without the stability test. It stands to reason that these 4 Iowa-class battleships will need 2 months of commissioning before they can be commissioned. I don't know if there will be an accident. Although these 4 Iowa ships are refitted, they are also battle lines after all. If there are 1 or 2 ships, the loss will be too great. Rubbed his hands together, Wang Chen said worriedly. Our own port is currently producing that Star Cruiser at full capacity, and there is absolutely no spare capacity to produce the Black Dragon-class battleship. Although the above has been changed to shipyards along the coast, it will take time. At least until next year, there will be no new battle lines on the entire sea. Boss, if you insist, there is a way. Urguzi on the screen pondered for a while before speaking again. How to say? Our cruiser has completed the installation of power and firepower. Although the shield has not been installed, it has been able to be dispatched reluctantly. If you are not afraid of accidents, you can let it go to a close point for artillery support. Urguzi told Wang Chen what he thought of. As soon as he heard that the cruiser was going to be used, Wang Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. That cruiser didn't have an energy shield installed, so if it was shot down by a single shot, it would be a waste. Is there any absolutely safe way? Just fly high and attack vertically from space. Urguzi gives a 3D map. Can directly fly the cruiser to the orbital position for deployment. The opponent's energy ray can't hit so high. Phew. It's troublesome. Let me think about it. That's what he said, but Wang Chen didn't dare to bet on whether the other party had other means. The progress of this cruiser has already passed Toth Hertz. If there is a problem because of this incident, it will be a real loss. But the battleships could not be saved, and the future safety of the waterway still needs them to protect. Chapter 315 Attack 20,220,715 Chapter 315 Attack. Boss, do you want to go? Seeing that Wang Chen has been unsure, Urguzi couldn't help but ask. In the picture above, although the Black Dragon-class battleship can deal with the opposite side, it is already in danger. It is a bit difficult to hold for 2 hours. If you take off the cruiser from here, you can be there in 20 minutes at most. Let the cruiser be dispatched, and don't enter the atmosphere. The Ghost knows if it will be shot by an unknown weapon on the moon side. Just hide at high altitude, and provide artillery support at the farthest distance. As long as you can suppress the opposite side, and when the other 4 battleships arrive, then these 6 grabs are just a dish. Wang Chen still couldn't let the Black Dragon level fight there alone. After all, it was the first battleship he built himself. If it is so heavy, it will not be an ordinary blow to everyone's self-confidence. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chen directly touched the keyboard with both hands, and quickly entered a series of unlocking instructions on the intranet. After received Wang Chen's authorization, Urguzi immediately started to act. Although this cruiser is still under construction, its interior has already been fully intelligent. Even if there are no sailors, Arguzi can start the entire spaceship by himself. No, he went to the island with Wang Chen's order. The cruiser, which was still in the factory building, suddenly turned on a series of indicator lights. Countless robots surrounded from all directions, and quickly entered the designated position through the entrances around. The fixing brackets that were originally stuck on the ship were also quickly removed, and the roof of the warehouse above his head slowly slid to the sides with a heavy roar. In less than 10 minutes, the spacecraft had already entered the takeoff state. Because Wang Chen was worried that the Earth would be suddenly attacked, this spaceship has always been equipped with full ammunition and various supplies. Once the Earth really can't hold it anymore, Wang Chen would have to stage a drama of 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Hexi, Don't Bully Young Poor. As each robot enters the designated position, the various parameter systems of the spacecraft have also been fully activated. And just when the cruiser was about to start, Li Jiangyuo, the artificial intelligence of the General Headquarters of the Earth Federation, also found its trace. Since the establishment of the Earth Alliance, all Wang Chen's ongoing tasks have been backed up by Li Jiangyuo. No, I found that Wang Chen's cruiser plan was actually activated. Li Jiangyuo also sent the picture and the situation to the command room of the Earth Alliance without saying a word. From the satellites in the sky, you can clearly see this Suplage spacecraft that is warming up for takeoff. I'm going. Rabbit, is this the big killer hidden in your house? Eagle Etchen was not surprised this time. With the development of various cooperation, many things have been linked to the 5 rogues. The 5 knew that Wang Chen was still secretly building a Suplage spaceship. But knowing is knowing. This is the first time I saw it and shocked everyone. Dream's body length of less than 500 meters is already very outrageous, and this giant battleship with a length of nearly 1,000 meters is even more daunting. And with Li Jiangyuo, he got the camera picture from Arguzi. You can clearly see the whole picture of this spaceship. Unlike the Dream, this is a warship born for battle. Thick armor, dense 3-layer artillery muzzles, and countless missile wells hidden under the deck. This trademark is a moving fortress. And this, in Wang Chen's mouth, is just a conventional cruiser. Although it belongs to the backbone, it is not the main force. There are 3 levels of battleship, flagship and super flagship. According to the current situation, on Wang Chen's side, isn't the interstellar battleship 2 kilometers? That is something that humans can create. Eagle Source has already watched and swallowed saliva. Nima, I wanted to compete with rabbits for space status before. Now it seems that I really think too much. Not to mention this cruiser, even the previous Dream was not something he could solve by himself. This is really an exaggeration of Nima, and it is no wonder that the Tinder plan was put on this ship. Is indeed the last hope of mankind. However, unlike Yingchen and the others, their expressions were rather solemn. As their own people, they know very well that this battleship should not be finished yet. If you don't stay in the shipyard, why do you run out? This has to be known to the other side. I'm afraid it won't be targeted. Jiangyuo, what is Wang Chenxia's mission? Support the Black Dragon class battleship. Li Jiangyuo said quickly. Nonsense, if I remember correctly, this cruiser should not have installed an energy shield yet. What if it is shot down? His face turned darker. It's a mess. They have already made arrangements for the Black Dragon class battleship. Is it necessary to expose the biggest trump card for this ship? What? No shield installed? The big hair next to was also shocked. You told me that there is no shield for such a big ship? That's not a trademark target anymore? Quickly contact Wang Chen and ask him to drive the boat back. Arguzi just sent a message. Wang Chen's order is to provide fire support at the farthest distance, and when the other 4 battleships arrive, they will return to the shipyard. On the screen, Li Jiangyuo with a Chinese character face shook his head. This is an order from Wang Chen, and Erguzi has no right to withdraw. This nonsense, it's just nonsense. Should I contact Wang Chen himself? Seeing that he was about to overturn the table, Li Jiangyuo thought about it before asking. That cruiser belongs to Wang Chen himself, and even the Earth Alliance has no authority to mobilize it. This action can only be terminated by contacting Wang Chen and asking him to revoke the order. Forget it. What's the use of cancelling it now? The boats flew out, and you're hiding it. Frowned and rolled his eyes, but he still waved his hand. Is already like this, there is nothing to undo. Cover your ears and steal the bell? Let him do things quickly, and put the boat away for me when it's done. Yes, contact me right away. A few minutes later, Wang Chen, who was looking at the screen, received a message from Li Jiangyuo. Hearing that the above was so angry, Wang Chen also touched his head apologetically. It is not a safe decision to rashly expose this spaceship. But then again, the strength of others has long been exposed. Even if Wang Chen was not exposed, he was unwilling to watch hundreds of people on the Black Dragon-class battleship take risks. Do as much as you can. A lot of people have died. Wang Chen really didn't want to see more casualties. As for exposure, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it was originally scheduled to be taken out for everyone to see next year, but it was just a few months ahead of schedule. Adjusted the outline, and it has been swallowed a lot recently. Chapter 316 Full Speed. Straight Line. Run. 20,220,716. Chapter 316 Full Speed. Straight Line. Run. With a dull roar. In the engine room, like a cat snoring, countless energy is rapidly flowing through the pipes in the cruiser. The fixtures around have all been unlocked, and the downlink engines used for spacecraft suspension have also completed preheating preparations. Erguzi, who was in charge of commanding the battleship, immediately switched on the engine. 6 large nozzles distributed at the bottom of the spacecraft, together with 72 auxiliary directional engines, emit a deafening roar. The endless blue energy quickly pushed the entire spaceship into the air, and then the ship tilted 25 degrees. The main engine behind the butt was started, pushing the entire spacecraft to fly high into the sky quickly. Such a big movement could not hide the reporters on the island. At the moment the cruiser took off, relevant pictures and videos were circulated on the internet. Looking at this ship that is far more powerful than the Dream class, netizens are also stunned. I go. Starship? It's so big, I'm afraid it's a kilometer long. Have you seen the cannon muzzles on both sides, darling? This firepower is probably much stronger than the Dream. That's for sure. Although Dream is strong, it is a cargo ship after all, and this one looks like a full-time fight. Does anyone know the name? I don't know. Why don't they visit Wang Chen? However, Wang Chen, who usually comes out on time and pretends to be aggressive, has no reaction at all now. No matter what everyone calls it, it's like they don't see it. At this time, Wang Chen really didn't have time to care about things on the internet. This interstellar cruiser is too important, and there is a lot of pressure on rashly shooting yourself. But since the decision has been made, we must find a way to keep it safe. Through satellite, Wang Chen has already determined the location of the Black Dragon-class battleship. Immediately ordered Erguzi to drive the spacecraft at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then hang it at the farthest attack range for support. At the same time, all the muzzles of the island are also charged. Although the naval guns on the island cannot directly support the battleship, this cruiser is within the firepower range of the island. Wang Chen was afraid that some hidden mechanical bodies would suddenly appear to attack the cruiser. The Earth Alliance's analysis has also been heard, and the opposite means that he wants to weaken the defense force of the Earth as much as possible. Can be exchanged for another one. Inform the Black Dragon class battleship that the maximum speed is entering the E3 area, and we will provide artillery support in 5 minutes. Look at the direction of the ship on the 3D simulation map. Wang Chen turned his hand and gave Urguzi a new order. There are no outsiders in the E3 area, and the surrounding sea is full of high seas, so you don't have to worry about accidentally hurting others. With the current direction of the Black Dragon class battleship, you only need to turn it 12 degrees, and you can arrive in 3 minutes at most. Yes. Urguzi immediately passed on Wang Chen's words through Li Jiangyuo. Wan Dashan, who was driving the Black Dragon class battleship to fight with the opponent, also had a glimmer of hope after receiving the new steering order. Although he didn't see the reinforcements, since the Earth Alliance had said so, he would have done it earlier. Could it be that the 4 battleships of the Eagle Source family arrived early? Turn the bow and enter the E3 area, let everyone hold on for a while, the reinforcements will arrive soon. The state of the Black Dragon class battleship at this time is already a bit bad. The broadside deck has already been penetrated by 7 or 8 holes with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. These are caused by the opponent's energy weapon shooting through the shield. Fortunately, this battleship is solid and fleshy, and this loss is still within the acceptable range. However, you have to be careful. The part that was aiming at on the opposite side seemed to be the core compartment of the ship. Although the energy core has a dedicated inboard reinforced defensive structure. But for this highly concentrated energy ray, it is not necessarily able to block. And although the opponent failed to paralyze the core of the ship, it also smashed part of the energy corridor. The shield strength on the periphery has dropped to 75%, and the most important thing is that the shield generator has been overheated. An irreversible problem occurs in a maximum of an hour and a half. Of course, relying on his mobility for so long, the opponent also paid a certain price. The crab body, which was numbered as No. 1, was the first to be beaten and disabled, so it naturally became the focus of the Heilong class battleship behind. So far, it has been seriously injured, and if it hadn't been blocked by the other crabs, it would have sunk. It's just that there isn't a good chance right now. That guy was seriously injured and kept hiding behind the team to attack, and he didn't even give him a chance to make up for it. And he didn't dare to turn his head and rush over under the fire, and it was so deadlocked for a while. Besides, there is still a problem in front of Wan Dashan, that is, the ternary bomb. Only there are more than 100 left. Once the ternary bomb is empty, the traditional kinetic energy ammunition alone can cause a lot of pressure on the opposite side, but it is not easy to cause damage. So when I heard that there was support coming, Wan Dashan was naturally very happy. It's really a bit unbearable to beat 6 by myself. 10 minutes later, the Black Dragon class battleship had successfully entered the E3 area, and the 6 crabs that were chasing after him followed closely. I was a little puzzled in Wonder Mountain, not knowing when the reinforcements were. Above the sky, a series of dazzling blue light spots suddenly lit up. The faint roar was like the cry of a god, shaking Juxiao. Dream? Wan Dashan stood outside the command room, holding the telescope and looking up. Isn't it fighting in the capital of the Demao family to support the troops? Why are you here? Looking at the unknown object hidden in the clouds, Wan Dashan touched his head in confusion. And this body doesn't look like a phantasm. But before he could figure it out, the 6 crabs around seemed to have noticed something terrible. Directly accelerated and charged towards the Black Dragon class battleship. The various types of artillery on the ship responded quickly. Countless ammo is frantically pressed out. Looked at the 6 crabs that were blazing with fire as if they were dying, and looked at the series of increasingly dazzling light spots in the sky. 1-Han turned his head sharply and shouted, "Full speed! Straight line! Run!" As soon as the voice fell, countless blue lights shot down into the sky, and more than 100 electromagnetic cannons on the side fired nearly 400 ternary bullets at the same time. Fell like raindrops. The violent air waves generated by the explosion blew even the Black Dragon class a little slanted. With the help of this air wave, he drove out more than 1,000 meters in a flash. "I'm Wang Chen, Captain 1, please cooperate with our cruiser to attack." Looking at the area behind him that had been blasted into a cloud of black mist, 1-Han was about to say something when he heard Wang Chen's voice in the headset. "Our ship?" Looking at the thing above his head, 1-Han couldn't help but gasped. "A new Dream-class battleship?" Chapter 317 Unrestricted Fire. 20,220,716. Chapter 317 Unrestricted Fire. But anyway, such a powerful firepower can already make the other party drink a pot. Without saying a word, 1-Han directly instructed, "Turn the bow and fire on the broadside." However, it didn't take long for 1-Han to discover that he was a superfluous existence. The ships in the sky seemed to use only half of their firepower, but this half was divided into 3 batches of fire. The endless ammunition fell down as if it didn't cost money. The first 3 minutes were ternary bullets, and the back was full of ordinary electromagnetic steel rods. Even so, after 20 minutes, the entire sea area was already a mess. The 6 crabs that were still alive have all been beaten into hedgehogs. The body is densely covered with black steel rods. Even a crab can see the sky behind him through his body. It is true that it was completely smashed. Seeing that the other party could not die with the Black Dragon-class battleship, he seemed to want to sneak into the sea and escape. But I don't know why, I didn't take a step back until I died. 1-Han led the team around for several times, and he was relieved after he was sure that he had swallowed his breath. However, when he looked at the sky again, the shadow had disappeared. In the end, 1-Han didn't see the true face of this thing, but it was certain that it was the big treasure from the Dillian side who shot it. Nearly half an hour later, from a distance, the 4 rushing battleships finally arrived at the relevant sea area. Looking at the 6 corpses floating on the sea, the 4 captains of the Eagle-Etchen family were also shocked. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I could feel how bad these 6 guys were when they were alive. "You bastard, it would be good to have such a big killer long ago, so why are you hiding it and pinching it? This firepower might not be able to directly overturn the opponent's base." I don't know what the Dillian gang is thinking, but now 1-Han can finally go home and fix it for a while. Don't look at it for more than 2 hours, the officers and soldiers of the family are already exhausted. Now that these 4 battleships are escorted, let's take 1 out of 5, even if we have another 6 that's just one dish. Although these 4 modified battleships are definitely not as powerful as the Black Dragon, they are not fuel-efficient lamps. With the support of the fusion core, electromagnetic guns and shields, it has at least 80% of the combat power of the Black Dragon class. On the other side, the minds of the Earth Alliance were also stunned. Is this Wang Chen's big killer? Shut up. This half of the firepower is already stronger than the whole body of the Fantasy class. And this continuous launch capability has thrown the Dream number off countless streets. I heard that the artillery supply inside this cruiser is a special chain. To put it bluntly, as long as the cannon can withstand the sound, in theory, the effective machine gun can be fired. The 6 corpses on the screen are a good proof. There was absolutely no room for backhands, and he was directly covered by artillery fire to death, unable to even resist. This is the first time that humans have used absolute firepower to suppress the upper machine. Before attacking other people's bases, people can still toss with their backhands. Okay. That's great. If it can produce dozens of ships, then there are some. Eagle Source patted the table and said a little excitedly. The eyes of the people around him are similar. Mass production of this kind of big killer is imminent. Come on. This one is about to kill Wang Chen's family, and there are dozens more. It's possible to give us 10 years. Let's forget it now. Waved his hand a little helplessly. He was also very excited to see it, but unfortunately this ship cannot be mass-produced at all. The only shipyard in the world that can build it is the Suplej dock on Wangjin Island. The other halls do not even have the basic conditions for infrastructure construction. Not to mention, just such a ship, the consumption of new carbon alloy armor, electromagnetic guns, ammunition, etc. is astronomical. The cost of one is close to $30 billion. So, think about it, but if you want to mass produce it, let's talk about it later. But the fleet here is safe and sound, and everyone can focus on Damao again. The force had already approached the periphery of Damao's capital and was already trying to invade the outskirts of the city. Dream has also arrived at the scene after the supply is completed, and is cooperating with the troops to carry out fire strikes. However, due to the fact that the opponent is too scattered, the firepower of the Dream is currently somewhat difficult to exert. Can only be used as a fixed fire support for ground troops to carry out precise strikes on some targets. Street fighting has always been to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Can't cover with artillery fire, so you can only fill it with your life. Fortunately, Damao's house is not a cat or a dog. The troops on the outskirts are still being reinforced, and the residents inside have also been armed. The troops issued enough ammunition to many people to stay at home and hide. If our troops really can't stand it, then use the weapons in your hands to teach these aliens a good lesson. This is also to prevent chaos from too many people taking to the streets. And most of the children and the elderly have already started to move first. The commander of the Mao family directly pushed people to push 3 streets and directly built 5 temporary airstrips. It may be a little troublesome for civil aircraft, but not so much for rough-skinned cargo aircraft. Especially the cargo planes of Damojia and Eagle Source. Those are all famous for their endurance. It is the order of their family leaders to give priority to children and the elderly, followed by women, and finally male civilians. For this point, there is basically no objection in the entire capital. On the contrary, many young males have already prepared their minds to stop this alien machine with all their might. In any case, you should give your children and wife enough time to evacuate. At this time, the area around the Red Square was under full martial law, and countless planes were busy taking off and landing. And in an open space next to the temporary runway, more than 7,000 soldiers in mechas have assembled. Is the only mech group on the ground teaming up. Although 25's combat troops were killed by the opponent's detonation of the base. But wearing mechas, they were one of the few troops that were not affected much. Of the 8,000 people, only 320 died and more than 600 were injured. The remaining 7,000 people were airlifted directly to the city center after the supplies were completed. They are the sharpest long knives in the entire Earth Alliance at present. Since the other party is determined to fight street fighting, they are well-deserved first street fighting troops. Especially, 1/3 of the people here are the elites of the Big Mao family. Looking at the people who kept fleeing around, many of the Mao family soldiers in armor couldn't hold back. The regiment head led by didn't say much nonsense, and directly followed the requirements of the local alliance, and divided the team into 10-member combat teams. They will be broken into pieces and have the most primitive struggle with these mechanical bodies. Chapter 318. 20,220,717. Chapter 318. Go play with your own eggs. Hurry up, move fast. Arrange the defense, the enemy will come soon. Grass, densely packed, How to fight. In the suburban command post outside the capital of the Mao family, it was already busy at this time. The remnants of the enemy machines have turned into countless red dots on the map and rushed towards the suburban defense line. Because the speed of the place was too fast, the entire defense force barely pulled out a circle of mine protection nets. And the number of facing places is far from enough. Not only that, the outermost troops have already started to attack the enemy. To everyone's surprise, these guys didn't seem to have any intention of engaging with the ground troops. Instead, they all jumped forward, and quickly attacked the central area with the help of the house. After a while, more than 400 mechanical bodies have been inserted into the inner network of the outer defense circle. Although the defense line has been shrunk, the opponent's behavior of using the house to move is also a headache for the defending troops. I was ready to fight the opponent to the death, but these guys didn't fight you head-on at all. Instead bypassed the defense and stepped over your head. Obviously, the opponent's target was civilians from the beginning. Although the Mao family is not very developed as a whole, the prosperity of the capital is still considerable. Even in the suburbs, there are a large number of housing areas as a springboard for the enemy. And these machines on the opposite side all have the ability to climb walls, and they jumped around their heads like Superman. However, the defense commander at this time couldn't smile at all. The other party's actions obviously disrupted everyone's plans. Many points didn't even engage in battle, and the opponent had already disappeared into the defense zone behind grass. These bastards. Let the mechs enter the battle immediately. They must be stopped. The mines were not used much, and the guard stations that were set up were not used much. But this enemy must find a way to stop it. Dream in the Sky has been attacking while the opponent is advancing. The original mechanical body was less than 5,000 after entering the suburban area. But this is it, but it still makes people feel extremely thorny. Because after entering the urban area, the heavy firepower can no longer be used. Can only be a precise attack on a fixed point. The Dream-class spacecraft has already flown above everyone's heads. Is sniping at these mechanical bodies that shuttle through the houses. Although the efficiency is not high, it is already the limit of what can be done at present. The mecha group that received the order did not delay any longer. Each team started to rush to the designated area in vehicles. Their task is to stop the advancement of these machines at all costs. Once they are allowed to enter the city center, the millions of people inside are really in danger. Just when the Mao's side was in full swing. In the headquarters of New News appeared at this time. Just now, several arsenals on the west coast of Eagle Source's house were attacked by suicide. The 5 mechanical bodies appeared out of nowhere, and they burst into the workshop directly. Resulted in a large number of casualties. Not only that, but 2 nuclear power plants were also attacked. It's just that the Earth Alliance has built electromagnetic gun positions around all nuclear power plants before. The attack did not result in the explosion of the power plant at Eagle Etchen's house. Is a fortune among misfortunes. But this is just the beginning. As Yingchen was attacked, traces of mechanical bodies appeared on the coast of Europe and America, Neon Country, and Rabbit's own coast. There are not many, but the attitude is very firm. Is to blow up your important facilities. If you can't blow up the power plant, you will blow up the arsenal. If you can't find the arsenal, you will blow up the Mesa factory. In just 1 hour, hundreds of self-explosions occurred inside the Earth, causing heavy losses. Maybe the only pure land is the island on Wang Chen's side. It's not that the opposite side is blind, but that Wang Chen's island is too firepower. The mechanical body couldn't even log in. As soon as it appeared, it was blasted into slag by countless electromagnetic cannons. Maybe this is the advantage of being small in a small place. Can concentrate firepower for defense. But Wang Chen's island can play like this. Other places simply can't. Especially the top and the Hawk source were heavily attacked. The internal team also responded quickly. Let each one stay at home. The defending troops strengthen their defenses. The focus is on the respective power plants and machining centers. Even to prevent nuclear power plant explosions. The local union also urgently passed regulations. Asked Neon, who have no deep defenses, to quickly stop the nuclear power plant in their hands. Originally, the original nuclear fission power plant was to be eliminated. It's just that all cold fusion devices are now supplying various gaps. It is difficult to estimate all aspects at a time. Only then did Sumtongku still retain a certain nuclear fission factory. But can't continue now. As long as the defense is negligent and the nuclear radiation leaks, the scope of influence is comparable to that of the Mao family who is currently fighting. The Neon side is a little unhappy, but in this case, they can only do it. Their house has no deep defenses, and the power plants are exposed outside. Unlike Eagle Source and Rabbit, the seat of the nuclear fission power plant is too bad and not very close to the sea. Once is leaked, there will be a big problem in the Neon Sea area. It's just that after the factory closed, their own power generation has been difficult to supply for the use of the whole country. In desperation, Neon also announced that it will limit the electricity consumption for civilian use, and will concentrate all the electricity to ensure the production of weapons. Not only Neon, Dahan Kingdom, and Third Brother all have to shut down. Must not give the other party any opportunity to take advantage. However, the shutdown of nuclear power plants does not mean that you can shut it down if you want. At least it will take a few days to cool down. And the material inside also needs to be transferred manually. Just the day after it happened, something happened. Neon direction, 3 nuclear power plants around Nagasaki were attacked again. Although the operation of the internal power plant has stopped, the stockpiles are still there. Fortunately, the Neon family's troops are still conscious, and after mutual kamikaze, they just blocked each other's attack. Only one of the 3 power plants has a small leak, and Neon Home is currently expediting processing. On the contrary, it was the Great Cold Country, which opened everyone's eyes again. They were all attacked at night, and the soldiers in charge of defending the 2 power plants actually abandoned their posts and slipped away. Only one company from the Eagle Etchin family was left to fight hard there. Although the 2 power plants were very close to each other, but unfortunately there were not enough troops. In the end, only one was protected. Another power plant was severely damaged, and the leaked radiation alone has infected many areas. In the end, before Yingchen could say anything, Dahan started to complain. Said that the Eagle Source family was not well protected and asked for compensation and so on. Almost didn't make Yingchen get angry. I have 12 people left in a row. I haven't investigated you for selling your teammates. How dare you ask me for compensation? Okay, awesome, I'm not staying in this broken place. Go play it yourself. Chapter 319. 20,220,720. Chapter 319 Purely Good. Uguzi, how's the data analysis going? It's almost time. The gene database is being built according to the framework you built, boss. Okay, we must hurry up, right? The cruiser is back in the shipyard? It has landed and is undergoing maintenance. That's good, continue to assemble as planned after the overhaul. Yes. In Wang Chen's laboratory, as the spacecraft returned to the shipyard, Wang Chen's mood was relieved a little. It was a little impulsive to take the risk, but the result was good. At least the battleship was salved, and the other side's crab was given a mouthful. Incidentally, Wang Chen also discovered a weakness of the opponent. That is, these crabs cannot dive with the energy shield activated. This is also the reason why the 6 big crabs are standing in the same place. Because once diving, you need to close the shield, and the cruiser's firepower was not stopped at all. Once the energy shield is withdrawn, I am afraid that it has been blasted into slag before diving. Can only be hard to see if you can find a diving opportunity. However, the cruiser's firepower is already capable of continuous uninterrupted stepped fire. The bombardment of this violent storm didn't give them the slightest chance. Was directly bombed to death. Such terrifying firepower was also what Wang Chen expected. This is a serious spaceship. If you don't have this kind of firepower, you will be playing balls. However, the number is still too small, just 1, and there is no way to get more in a short time. In addition to battleships, Wang Chen is still advancing research on genetic programming. Sun Meng has also been with her all the time. Her skills are very good. Now she has been entrusted by Wang Chen to communicate with the General Research Institute. At present, the compilation of the gene is going smoothly. According to the current time, the preliminary database construction can be completed by the end of the year at most. With the database, you can start trying to synthesize the first real genetic medicine. Wang Chen has divided the research and development process of medicines into 3 types. One is a genetic repair agent. The purpose is to repair all the bad genes in the human genes first. This process is not only to prepare for subsequent gene enhancement, but also to solve most of the current conventional diseases. Is both a repair potion and a panacea. Up to cancer, down to cold and fever, it is useful. Even those diseases that cannot be treated, such as Hem's syndrome and All's, can be repaired. Because these diseases are inherently related to genes. In order to complete the step of gene repair, Wang Chen alone is not enough. All key hospitals in the world need to be united. Everyone's genes are different, and each gene patch needs to be calculated and debugged separately. This requires artificial intelligence. It is necessary to extract human genes through sampling first, compile and analyze the data from the database, and then give the most suitable repair plan. It takes more than 10 days to complete this step, plus the time required to cultivate the medicine. It will take at least a month to get the goods. Not only that, Wang Chen also wants to build a brand new genetic archive room. All those who receive genetic medicine will leave a basic genetic file here. In addition to filling in the data of the gene database, this is also an archive bought for all users. Genetic medicine is theoretically suitable for 99.9% of people, but not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Therefore, the necessity of archiving is very important. And Wang Chen is going to divide the repair medicine into 3 injections. The first time is equivalent to the skin test process of penicillin. If there is a problem, the original gene drug will be injected immediately to cover it. Although everyone's genes are more or less problematic, they are definitely the most stable ones. This is like the initial system of the computer. After keeping one copy, it can be restored directly if there is a problem. Not only that, Wang Chen will also add a special firewall to the genes of all injected users. This firewall can not only be used to isolate and identify foreign viruses, but also act as a connection. Wang Chen will not directly act on the original genes, whether it is a repair potion or a strengthening potion, or even a subsequent evolution potion. This is like a mobile phone system. Although the original system has various problems, it is definitely the fastest and most stable. If you want to solve problems and add more functions, you need to load patches and download software. Similarly, Wang Chen also intends to do this genetically. The original gene is directly protected by the firewall, and then all patches and enhancement schemes will be mounted through the firewall to produce effects. In this way, the stability of the gene can be guaranteed. This is also what must be done before one's own genetic technology is completely mastered. because genes are too plastic and changeable. Once there is too much data on the original gene and there is a problem, it will be very troublesome to change it back. With the advancement of technology, subsequent genetic enhancement will definitely face iterative updates. If it is through the hanging method, you only need to cancel the effect of the original old version, and then add the new effect. In this way, you don't have to fiddle with the original genes, and the safety will be much improved. Anyway, just one sentence: this matter must be done safely, even if it will cause a lot of trouble. My original intention was to save people, to make everyone have a better life, not to harm others. It is estimated that if you die alone, you will be depressed for a long time. After using the genetic repair agent, the next step is genetic enhancement. Repair the original problem, then you can start to strengthen the fixed point in some directions. For example, it can unlock higher speed, strengthen muscle toughness, strengthen strength and senses. These are all possible, but the brain needs to be involved here. The so-called strengthening of the human body is the strengthening of the brain. The human brain is a miracle. Once the development level is reached, all of them are comparable to supercomputers. Not only that, but genetic enhancement is also the first step in unlocking the limits of human lifespan. Only with a longer lifespan can human potential truly be realized. As for the last step, which is genetic evolution, that is just a concept. The human body needs to be strengthened to a certain extent before it can be performed. Evolution, as the name suggests, is to give humans more capabilities. Is even beyond the limits of the human body itself. Even the legendary superpowers are possible. For example, human beings have always felt a mysterious sixth sense, and that thing really exists. But it is still a long way to fully master the sixth sense. Even if it is breathing fire and ice, it is still possible. It's just that that thing involves biology, and Wang Chen doesn't plan to do that. It is better to keep the human body pure. Chapter 320 Conscription 20,220,720. Chapter 320 Conscription. The road of gene is extremely dangerous, and I don't know how many civilizations have been planted on it. But at the same time, the benefits are quite large, so large that countless civilizations have to try it even at the risk of racial destruction. Wang Chen is no exception. The human body is really too weak. If you don't take genetic enhancement, it will be a big limitation to face other civilizations in the future. If you don't do it, others do it, and they can target you with experience. Just like this time, you don't need to fight, just give you a virus, and you can destroy Mana now. Of course, it's a bit too far to think about it now, so let's get past this hurdle first. Moon, around black holes. With the last eruption of unknown objects, NASA has made this a priority for observation. But as several mechanical bodies were put in one after another, the specific situation of this black hole was still not clear. Every time I was smashed by that thing. In desperation, NASA also applied for assistance, hoping that the Earthlink will give more funds and resources. Regarding this matter, everyone in the headquarters of the Earth Alliance agreed to allocate an additional $50 billion after discussion. As for resources, all but urgently needed can be given priority. However, the Earth Alliance still refused NASA's request to send a Dream-class cargo ship to check it out. The reason is still the same: cutting-edge combat power cannot be lost. Come on, NASA doesn't force it, just keep tossing new probes with money and stuff. This time they are going to send a big guy up, the kind with an energy shield. Originally intended to build a core, but unfortunately the current cold fusion technology cannot be reduced to the point where they can adopt. Can only be activated briefly by the battery. That's right, NASA intends to forcibly break into this black hole. Even if it is dead, it has to die at the bottom of the hole. The design drawings have already been made, and the installation can start when the money and equipment are in place. They don't need to worry about the rocket problem. Although the Demau family is fighting, the Rabbit's rocket is enough for them. In addition to this, NASA has one more thing now, which is to train enough astronauts. Since everyone has seen that cruiser, it is natural that the main force of the Earth Alliance will not run in the follow-up. Even if all overrides can be performed by robots, manual labor is always the last guarantee. So after the above and Wang Chen learned about the situation, they also asked NASA to train 1,200 astronauts within a year. As long as they pass the test, they will become officers and soldiers of that cruiser. In order to ensure combat effectiveness, the 5 permanent members have opened the recruitment authority for direct troops to NASA. As long as NASA likes it, even the king of soldiers must be willing. No, the recruiting plan was directly set by NASA among the 4 major legions of the Earth Alliance. Considering that the First Army is still fighting, the Second and Third Army will be screened first. But this time, a certain hall was directly excluded. Although it was not stated clearly, the director of NASA has already received a call from the commander of Eagle Source. Absolutely do not allow the person in the hall to go up to one. Will not hold revenge for Eagle Source. This warship will be the main force of the battle in the future, and all officers and soldiers must have the consciousness of seeing death as home. If you don't have, you might be a deserter if you go up there. And the appearance of a deserter, the blow to morale can be imagined. This thing must never happen on that cruiser. Even everyone has already made an internal decision, and the manpower is mainly selected from Rabbit, Demau and Eagle Source. Must ensure combat effectiveness. The time will soon be November at the end of the year. As the weather gradually turned cold, the battle of the Demau family finally came to an end. At present, 90% of the mechanical bodies have been completely wiped out, only a few small groups of enemies are still tossing. The casualties of the Mao family are still under control. About 2,000 soldiers died and more than 8,000 civilians died. There's no way to do this either, they're here for civilians, so what can you do? Even if the Mecha Legion is madly blocking the front, it can't resist these mechanical bodies flying over the Aves and ignoring them. But this was the first few days, as the battle continued to be fierce. Many civilians of the Mao family also got angry. Even the timid ones dare to hold weapons and chug on the opposite side, and the daring ones even hold the bazooka directly and shoot indiscriminately. In particular, everyone's family members were waiting at the airport for transfer, and the battle situation around the airport was the most intense. Not only soldiers, but most of the adult men from the Mao family joined the siege. The commander of the Mao family even waved his hand and opened the arsenal directly to all civilians, providing them with ammunition and RPGs. This is also why the more you hit the back, the harder it is for those machines to do things. There are enemies everywhere, and countless rocket launchers seem to be unable to shoot, not to mention that there is a Dream on it in the sky. Dream class no. One ship is named Dream. And a month later, as most of the civilians were transferred, the elites from various areas of the Demau family followed. In the alley where no one is vicious, everyone no longer needs to care about accidental injuries in firepower, and some large caliber weapons can finally be used. No, just entering October, the entire battlefield has entered the final stage. It's just that although the enemy was almost destroyed, the entire capital of the Mao family was also tossed. 60% of the area was destroyed, not to mention that the death of so many people also caused the entire hall to fall into silence for a while. What followed was endless anger. It is said that the recruitment point of the Demau family has now been crowded out. Not only the big Mao family, but Ying Jiang, who has the least troops in the Shangsankang, has already started a new recruitment plan. It is expected that 1 million troops will be recruited within 6 months as a reserve responsible for guarding various cities in the country. and started the recall of veterans, especially those retired soldiers who have experienced the Middle East battlefield. As long as they are able-bodied, all received a call. As long as they are willing to return to the army, they will get a sum of money immediately. Not to mention, the squad leader will start when they enter. And the rich and powerful Eagle source also directly raised the army salary, and it was even more exciting that many people shouted to be a soldier. Maybe the only karma is the domestic. After all, Rabbit's army is already #1 in the world, and there are retired soldiers every year. Even if you want to recruit, you only need to recall the veterans, you don't need to pull people all over the street. However, there is no movement at all, and it is said that they plan to pull out a reserve force of 500,000 people. If you like it, you can pay attention. The outline has been adjusted. I love you all, I love you. I can add a fan group 316,323,007. I manage online streaking every day. Chapter 321. 20,220,722. Chapter 321. A basket of plans. In the blink of an eye, summer goes to autumn. Soon the temperature dropped a lot. The battle of the Mao family is finally over. After more than 60,000 casualties, none of these mechanical bodies were left and turned to ashes by the Mao. Not only the Mao family, but also the battles in other attacked regions around the world have come to an end. In addition to sporadic battles, it basically entered a rare peaceful stage. After a battle was counted, this loss also made the 5 bosses vomit blood. To sum up in one sentence, 2/3 of the missiles were lost, 3/4 of the ground vehicles were lost, and half of the air force was lost. About half of the 4 major armies were killed or injured, and the heavy artillery was almost completely destroyed in the conventional heavy firepower. Except for the Navy, which is slightly better, everything else is terrible. Especially the ground vehicles and aircraft, even if they are expensive, they still lose so much. But fortunately, the result is good. The base of the De Mao family has not been destroyed. The latest investigation found that the mountain has been completely collapsed. The original underground cavity has now been filled to the brim. And after the opponent detonated the core of the base, it basically shattered, and there was not much research value. Although I feel a little distressed about the technology in this, the good thing is that the result is good. As for those conventional equipment that was lost, everyone can only comfort themselves with the old not going away and the new not coming. In the words of the rabbit, everyone is preparing to fully upgrade and equip new vehicles anyway. In this case, these old things will be gone when they are gone, so it should save a maintenance fee. But that's what he said, but the trembling hand above still revealed his inner thoughts. This trademark is the fortune that I have saved for so long, Nemas, it's so uncomfortable. Especially with so many people killed and wounded. This legion is the elite of the world, and now it has directly reimbursed 1/3. Including the injured, only less than 120,000 people can still move. Among them, the losses of the First Army and the Second Army were the most serious. Especially the First Corps, composed of the De Mao family and the Rabbit family. As the main force in the frontal battle, the First Army suffered more than 2/3 of the casualties. Fortunately, both of them are major land war powers, so it is not easy to replenish their troops. But the other legions are not so easy. Especially the Third Army. After kicked a certain coward out of the legion sequence, Hanscat chopped off the third brother again. Even though the third brother's people didn't run away, they were timid in battle. In particular, the speed of assembly and the speed of marching are simply touching. For the sake of his own life, Hans still felt that this teammate didn't want it. If we really want to fight, they will be able to drag down the entire army with a bunch of people. To be honest, Hanscat is also under a lot of pressure. As the commander of the Third Army, all he needs to do is maneuver support. The supporting team is the First Army of Omo and Rabbit, and the second army led by the Eagle-Ettin family. One of these two legions is an iron footboard, and the other is a transport maniac. Are quite powerful beings. If the cooperating one pulls his crotch, and the group of people scolds him when he turns around, he won't dare to take a sip. Fortunately, Hans has found some reliable teammates. For example, the minibus that fights with the third brother all the year round was recommended by the rabbit. There is also a certain monkey from Dongyadanku, and the Middle East little bully recommended by Yingjiang, etc. Although the troops of these teammates are not many, they can at least keep up with the rhythm. But in any case, the strength of the Earth Alliance after this battle was indeed consumed a bit tragically. Finally stabilized, and this non-stop will start to accumulate strength again. The only good news is that the Research Institute, which has always been considered by everyone, finally has batch results. To tell the truth, if they don't give anything out, everyone is ready to let Wang Chen come over to help. Damn, a group of people can't compare to Wang Chen, what's the use of you? Fortunately, under this kind of pressure, the bosses of the General Research Institute were able to withstand the pressure. With the end of this war, the production of new weapons has already begun to go online. First and foremost, ground troops. The Research Institute will develop 3 large-scale vehicles dedicated to ground combat in combination with the energy core. Its code name is the Giant Elephant, which is a huge mechanical body that looks very much like an elephant. The height is about 40 meters, and the width is up to 20 meters. Relying on 4 mechanical legs, it is driven by 4 energy cores. It carries 6 triply-mounted electromagnetic guns on the left and right, as well as 2 triply-mounted cannons on the top plus 2 64-mounted missile silos, and is equipped with energy protection shield. This giant elephant acts as a war fortress, providing strong fire support for all troops. The second code named Wild Bull is an existence that is 5 times larger than the current tank, just enough to fit into a small energy core. The weapons are 208mm caliber electromagnetic guns on the left and right, which can also activate the shield. This tank is naturally also used to replace the existing tank. It can carry 10 people at the same time and has strong mobility. The third code named Killer Spider is modified from a robot designed by Wang Chen. It is not about the size of half a car. It is controlled by artificial intelligence and is inexpensive. It mainly performs suicide attacks. This is what the researcher just figured out. The fact that the opponent can cause such a huge loss to himself is not because their mechanical body can replace the head. Since that's the case, then come on, who wouldn't blow yourself up? These 3 ground vehicles will be processed in batches through the modified factory. They have already applied for enough robots from Wang Chen, and the output within a year is quite impressive in 3 shifts. In addition to ground vehicles, there are also 2 new types of fighters in the air. These 2 fighter planes are based on the blueprints of the Eagle Source family. Before the Eagle Source was still competing with the Rabbit for space status, didn't he research a spaceship? Although it was bombed, it is technically a top-level design. No, it can be used directly after being modified. Is also named Destroyer and Rage. The Destroyer is larger, with a length of almost 60 meters and a width of 40 meters. In addition to the nose and 3 triply-mounted electromagnetic guns on both sides, it can also carry a large amount of explosives inside. Fury fighters are used for aerial combat, with a triply-mounted 208 caliber electromagnetic gun on the nose and 6 wings on the 65mm caliber Subaru high-speed electromagnetic gun, plus 20 mounting points. Can be said to exist entirely for air combat. The 2 fighters are all core-driven and can deploy energy shields. The design drawings of the 2 fighter jets have been distributed to the top 10 aircraft manufacturers in the world. We'll do our best to produce at all costs. Chapter 322, The Hollow of the Moon. 20,220,722. Chapter 322 Moon Hollow Theory. In addition to the vehicle, the General Research Institute also gave a new individual soldier plan. That is to replace the weapons in the hands of all soldiers. The electromagnetic rifle has been successfully developed. Although there are still some small problems, it can be used. This electromagnetic rifle is battery-driven, and its power and endurance are definitely not comparable to those large weapons with cold fusion cores. But it is definitely much better than the current fire stick. After a big battle, traditional weapons are too powerless in front of these mechas. Even if a 12.7 caliber perverted rifle was added at the back, it was barely able to break through the opponent's defense. However, a 12.7 caliber rifle can't shoot for a long time at all, because the human body can't hold this shit at all. So the matter of improving weapons is a certainty. There is actually a shadow of Wang Chen here. They originally planned to invite Wang Chen to directly participate in the development of the electromagnetic rifle. But Wang Chen was too busy at that time to have no time, so he gave them a simple drawing he designed. It records Wang Chen's thoughts and ideas. Combined with this drawing, the research progress of the General Institute is also much faster. Now it's finally time to take out the finished product. In order to protect the soldiers, the General Research Institute also developed a simple version of the individual mecha. Certainly not as good as the standard mecha that is currently in use, but it also has about 50% defense. In addition to better protection for soldiers, it is also for long-term charging of the newly equipped electromagnetic rifle. The power supply of the battery can be used as an emergency, but under normal circumstances, the electromagnetic rifle relies on the mecha to provide the energy required for shooting. And the mech can also allow soldiers to carry more ammunition and spare batteries, and even reduce the recoil generated by continuous shooting. According to the samples made so far, this mecha can reduce recoil by 90%. In addition, the recoil of the electromagnetic weapon itself is relatively low, and a normal soldier can shoot continuously and uninterruptedly while wearing a mecha. At the same time, although the caliber of the electromagnetic rifle is small, the power of electromagnetic acceleration is not at all lower than that of traditional gunpowder. And the cost is only a small steel rod. It is very simple to make. Even in terms of the amount of ammunition, if one person carries 2 ammunition packs, it is equivalent to 16,000 rounds of bullets. 1 by 1 is the firepower for walking. These designs will not only be used on this simple version of the rack, but also the main mech army will be modified. After a bit of discussion on the code name, the original standard version of the mecha was officially renamed Fighter. And this simplified mecha is called Soldier. At the same time, a heavy mech code-named Destruction is under development. The design plan of this basket is the general result of the Research Institute during this period. Although it is not comparable to Wang Chen's research, it can be regarded as making up for the lack of conventional firepower. As long as these firepower can be produced and implemented, it can be considered a battle with those fixed turrets. In addition, in the desert area of Rabbit's House and Eagle Etchen's house, new shipyards are being built day and night. The product produced by is a Dream-class spacecraft. As for why we didn't use Wang Chen's cruiser as a blueprint, it was still too big. From the perspective of production time, the fantasy level is the most suitable. However, these Dream-class spaceships produced are not used to transport goods, but are really heavily armored battleships. Is also included in the classification of destroyers according to the division. Such a huge plan, after 3 discussions with the Earth Federation, it was decided that it would be fully implemented. And this time, almost all the halls of the world were activated. Countless tasks are assigned to various halls, and a large number of raw materials and spare parts are transferred back and forth in various areas. hundreds of thousands. The factory is even more frantic work without stopping people and machines. The whole world seemed to be in a total madness. And this is exactly what the 5 rogues want to see. So many tasks, so many projects, just 5 of them are really not enough. Only when all human beings gather together, it is possible to win a chance. In order to survive, how about putting everything together? The global wave is in full swing, but the time is quietly entering the end of the year. There is only one last year left in 3 years. And as soon as January entered, there was another problem on the other side of the moon. The moon, which originally had only one black hole, now has several more black holes. All connected to the core of the moon according to exploration. This undoubtedly made everyone look gloomy, and the signals from inside became more and more frequent. Hangs above everyone's heads like a sharp sword. At this time, Wang Chen was looking at a document that had just been sorted out in the laboratory. This is what Urguzi analyzed based on the current situation of the moon. Looking at the above report, Wang Chen's brows were already twisted into a ball. You mean, the interior of the moon may be hollow? Looking at this report, Wang Chen was secretly surprised. Couldn't help but think of something else. That was the dream I had when I was in a coma. Although I had been awake for so long, the scene in the dream was quite clear. It is very possible, because the mass of the moon itself has problems. Using the law of universal gravitation to calculate, the average density of the moon is only 3.35 g/cm. This density is too low compared to the average density of our Earth. In addition, 5 seismographs were placed on the surface of the moon in the Apollo program of the Eagle Source family. Through detection, every time a meteorite hits the moon, it will cause a moonquake, and each moonquake can last for several hours. If such an impact occurs on the Earth, it can only last for a few minutes. The slow decay of moonquakes shows that the structure of the moon is different from the structure of the Earth. The original lunar emptiness is that there are many voids in the moon, so the whole moon is like a Big Ben, which can produce continuous echoes. Of course, these problems can also be explained in other directions, but through the comparison of various data and the data obtained by investigating those black holes, at least I can be sure that even if the moon is not hollow, the interior is absolutely there is a large void. Is likely to be the enemy base. Urguzi on the screen quickly called up various materials and showed them to Wang Chen while talking. After hearing what Urguzi said, Wang Chen also fell into silence. His eyes were even more gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he slowly exhaled. You upload this discovery to Li Jiangyuo's database first, don't worry about the rest, I have to wait for a while. After saying that, Wang Chen left the computer desk and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the laboratory with some headaches. Looking at the endless night in the deep sky outside the window, Wang Chen couldn't help but stretch out his palm again. Humans. Machines. Are they all real? Chapter 323 Alien Life Form. 20,220,725. Chapter 323 Alien Life Form. Why are you still not sleeping? Sun Meng, who came in with the bowl of hot soup from behind, saw Wang Chen standing by the window in a daze, and couldn't help but came over and asked softly. She has rarely seen Wang Chen show such a worried expression. Hey, you said, is it possible that we humans came from outside the Earth? Sighed, and Wang Chen, who was in a daze, pointed to the night sky and suddenly said something strange. Sun Meng was stunned for a few seconds, shook his head and smiled. What's wrong with you? You asked this all of a sudden? I'm just curious. The origin of these machines is very problematic. Although there is not much communication, it can be analyzed that these machines seem to know us. The General Research Institute also has this statement, but it cannot be proved. So, I suspect that we may not be native life on Earth at all. Perhaps the origin of humans is far more complicated than we think. Turning his head and sitting on the chair, Wang Chen took a sip from the steaming bowl of chicken soup. He has been thinking about this question for a long time. Although some words are amazing, they are not talking nonsense. You should know that the Earth was born about 4.6 billion years ago. When the solar nebula condensed to form the central star, the remaining material formed 8 planets. Fortunately, the Earth is not far from the Sun, so there is condition. But the early Earth was a hot star dominated by hot liquid materials, such as magma, and there was no obvious life. There are many theories as to the reasons for the cooling of the Earth, including asteroid impacts and volcanic eruptions. But what I want to say is that no matter how the temperature is lowered, the birth of life is not as simple as imagined. Especially at that time, the Earth was not suitable for the emergence of life forms at all. And the so-called origin of life may be just a chain reaction after the chemical reaction of matter in the process of energy flow. That is, at the right time, in the right environment, a group of chemicals reacts by chance, and then sets off a series of chemical reactions, and those chemical reactions produce more successive reactions. The final combination formed the first life on Earth. This can be explained by probability. But the problem is that even if the environment of the Earth is indeed blessed with the preconditions for the evolution of life, it may not be able to give birth to intelligent life. Humans have intelligence. Drinking chicken soup, Wang Chen babbled for a long time. Sun Meng also listened very seriously. She has learned this subject and naturally understands what Wang Chen is saying before and after some inaccurate words. To put it simply, the Earth was originally not suitable for life forms, but it appeared later. Even if life forms appeared, intelligent life should not have evolved, but it also appeared. This question is also one of the more misunderstood in biology. Everyone can only regard human beings as alien beings in biological evolution. I can't answer this question, and no one can answer it, but if it is too outrageous to say that the origin of human beings is extraterrestrial, maybe this is a masterpiece of nature? Let's put it this way, assuming that nature is a good mother, it creates the entire ecology and thousands of species, then why does it create a mutant existence? We all know that nature is a very ruthless kind. It maintains the balance of the entire ecological chain rather than humans. And although the genes of human beings are limited by nature, their own potential still exceeds the limit that this ecology can carry. If intelligent creatures are to be born, then there should be no evolution in this aspect of the human family, but several species should appear at the same time, so as to complete the ecological balance. Otherwise, it would be human beings, the potential ecological destroyer. Every pure complement, human beings have the ability to completely destroy the ecology, and the so-called balance has long been broken. Nature is God, so why does it have to create another God in the ecology, and even this God can destroy itself after it develops to a certain extent? This is really illogical. So you suspect that extraterrestrial life came to the Earth to sow the seeds? Sun Meng asked after listening silently. I also know that this idea is nonsense, but Lu Xun has a saying that is right: when you rule out all possibilities, even if the final result is nonsense, it may be the answer. Anyway, in my opinion, the probability that human beings are really created by nature is too low. It is indeed a very bold speculation. Hey, Darwin's theory of evolution has been identified as bullshit, so tell me where human beings came from. Let's just put it this way, the human brain and skin are two things that any creature on Earth looks like. It's all a decent illusion. Should not exist at all. How much human development of the brain is now? Humanity has conquered the Earth without even fully controlling itself. This is what nature can do? Anyway, if it were me, I would never add this kind of stuff to the ecology. Spreading his hands, Wang Chen also said helplessly. Okay, it's useless if you figure it out. Humans have been on the Earth for so many years, and even the aliens have been accepted by the ecology. It really doesn't make sense if you think about it, to be honest. Touched his nose. Sun Meng thought for a while before shaking his head and reminded. Even if humans are an alien species, they have been localized now. What's the point of saying this? It used to be useless, but now, the mechanical body came to the door, and opened his mouth to kill, and there was no room for negotiation. And I was attacked twice, and the last time I almost died. In the end, I was rescued again, and I still don't know who rescued me. But it can be determined. The other party's genetic technology is very strong, and my genes have been unraveled, which means that I can live for more than 300 years now. If it was that hostile mechanical force, they would have had this technology, and the human race would have been destroyed by a single genetic bomb. This means that there is a force that is silently watching us in the dark, and this force does not want us to lose. Assuming that humans really came from outside, then this machine may be the enemy, and the other is likely to be our helper. Wang Chen pointed to himself and said with a headache. He has been thinking about this for a long time, since the changes in his body are also more and more frightening. This level of genetic means, if the enemy is the current Earth, you can directly cast it, and you don't need to fight at all. You mean the female voice that came out last time? The ghost knows it's a woman and a man, but I think if I can get in touch with it, a lot of things can be figured out. Chapter 324. Someone really dares to mess around. 20,220,725. Chapter 324. Someone really dares to mess around. Wang Chen did not discuss this topic with Sun Meng in depth. There is one thing Wang Chen has never dared to say, and that is the dreams he had when he was in a coma. Wang Chen was afraid that this thing was deliberately stuffed by some unknown forces to mislead him. But now, the more I think about Wang Chen, the more I feel that something is wrong. The strength of others can slap you to death. Why is it so hard? Moreover, Wang Chen always felt that the various things in this dream might be the truth that he always wanted to know. But if that is the case, the moon, this old man who has accompanied the Earth for countless years, is too big. Unfortunately, although I watched a blockbuster, I didn't get any means of contacting the other party, except for a string of codes that I didn't know what to do. This code seems to be directly imprinted in my memory. It is so clear that I can't forget it at all. And as time goes on, even Ergotzi now calculates that there may be a big hole inside the moon. This made Wang Chen even more anxious. Okay, let's rest early after drinking the soup. I think you are very tired, stop thinking about it. Help Wang Chen put away the soup bowl, and then Sun Meng pointed to the sofa and suggested. She also knows the pressure of this person, and once people are under a lot of pressure, it is easy to think about things. Sometimes a good night's sleep can slow down a lot. Okay, get some sleep, maybe I'm thinking too much. Smiled and waved his hand. Wang Chen also planned to do it today. Erguzi's words mean that he has no interest in research now, so he should wait for his mind to calm down before thinking about research. Okay, I'll go get the quilt for you. The quilt is so boring, it's too cold, why don't you try to warm it up? Wang Chen's mouth was slightly upturned, and he made a joke with a smile. He and Sun Meng have been very familiar with each other for a long time, and there is no problem in making a little joke. Seeing that Wang Chen is still interested in talking shit, Sun Meng's expression relaxed a little. Rolled his eyes at Wang Chen, and threw a bed from the bedroom to cover it. Fix it yourself. If I catch a cold, I'll be unlucky. See you tomorrow. It's really not warm? I'm serious. Farewell. January 16th NASA Headquarters. At this time, The NASA headquarters was already the busiest department other than the Earth Alliance. As more and more black holes appear on the surface of the Moon, the current position has reached as high as 28. And all of these holes go straight to the core of the Moon's interior, and they are all made of unknown alloys. Now the Moon seems to have been poked by several holes, and from time to time there are strange signals constantly scrambling. The new probe is already on the way. After this period of exploration, NASA headquarters can be sure that there are always two different signals entangled with each other in the interior of the Moon. And it should be that one signal overwhelms the other. After discussion, the bosses at NASA headquarters have reason to believe that these two signals should be the two voices that everyone has lifted before. One of the trapped reasons should be the mechanical body that threatened to kill the Earth, and the other may be the unknown female voice who came forward to intercept it at that time. It's just that everyone has spent a lot of energy and still can't get in touch with each other. In addition to continuing to watch more black holes appear on the surface of the Moon, we can only wait for new probes to arrive before we can probe. But as January comes, the signal source on the lunar surface becomes more and more obvious. The intensity of the black hole has increased by about 30% since the beginning of the appearance of the black hole. NASA suspects that it is likely that the source of another signal is almost unable to suppress the mechanical body. Someone did a calculation and estimated that the days when the signal source was out of control was almost in the last few months of the 3-year period. This undoubtedly puts more pressure on the big guys in the Earth Alliance. And the most unacceptable thing is that even now, for the enemy's information is still unknown to everyone. Now there is no good way other than to continue to expand the armament. Perhaps the only benefit at present is that the whole Earth has become extraordinarily harmonious and united. Huashang, who originally disliked each other, has now embraced in a group, and the conflicts between Nordic and Demau have all been put aside. Without Yingchen taking the lead, the whole world is much quieter. Not only that, but many areas that were originally chaotic are now under the control of the Earth Federation. Such as the chaotic South African Strip, the two good neighbors of the Eagle Source family and so on. These places, although chaotic, are also important sources of raw materials. After obtaining the consent of the local hall, the army of the local alliance directly suppressed the internal drug trafficking forces and various bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods. Although the underworld power in several halls is so arrogant that even the official family can't control it. But now facing Huashang's troops, he was beaten with no temper at all. As long as the identity is confirmed, it is not at all forced to fight and kill directly. Those who are willing to cooperate must also follow the rules of the 5 regulars, and honestly do not make trouble. In addition to stabilizing the source of supply, Dillian is also worried that people in these areas will be bewitched by machines. The cultural level of these places is not high, and there are often some people with brain problems. Last time in the Middle East, someone who offended Huashang appeared in the Middle East, and he should be in high school by now. If these places are instigated by machines, it will easily affect the global supply of raw materials. If you want to quickly restore your combat power, you need to stabilize the rear, and naturally the authority of the army will be higher. Although many local people have some opinions, most of the halls are still very supportive. The 5 permanent members help stabilize the situation for free, which is a good thing. As for humiliation or something, I have already lost enough. As long as the regime can be stabilized, it doesn't matter. After all, the 5 permanent members are going crazy now. In order to restore enough combat effectiveness within a year, the 5 permanent members jointly issued a statement. Anyone who dares to drop the chain at this time is waiting to be invited to tea by the 5 regulars. However, one must be on guard, one cannot guard against rape. Around the end of January, a medium-scale conflict broke out in South Africa. A group of people who came out of nowhere attacked the local mine under the banner of following the machine. although he was soon sent to see God by the ground forces that arrived. This incident made everyone very angry. The whole world is preparing for war, but there are always some people who cannot see the situation clearly. Sure enough, it's good to read more books. People who haven't read these books really don't have any brains. But Yin Jiang soon gave a solution. Those local decrees are just shit, and the constraining ability of the hall is basically not there. So don't expect them to listen to everyone's words. After all, you don't know much about ligatures. What else can you do? The way to do it well is to develop offline and use money to buy people's hearts. I still don't believe it. Can these guys who see money open their eyes can hold back? If you really want to support the mechanical body, then there is nothing to say, just send them to the sky. At the same time, I warned these Xiao Tanku, I have already given money, you give me a stop, I can give those people a chance if they are ignorant, but if you are the leaders of the family, then don't blame the brothers for killing chickens and showing monkeys. Chapter 325 20,220,727 Chapter 325 You can't have both fish and bear's paw. This incident, Wang Chen was a little helpless after reading it. The Tinder plan has been secretly prepared for about a year. The cruiser not only has enough supplies for 50 years, but also has a food circulation system, a water circulation system, and even a small all-around factory. The DNA map has long been stored in the server of the spacecraft, and the supporting energy core is enough for the spacecraft to use for 3,000 years. However, this is still too rudimentary for the vast universe. My family knows their own affairs, and this cruiser is only able to reach the standard of a first-class civilization. At most, he is active in his own small galaxy. It is a joke to leave the solar system to explore other planets. There is no jump device, and there is no way to rely on wormhole displacement. It's almost impossible to travel to other galaxies just by relying on your own speed. And his physical weakness made him unable to support the wandering for thousands of years. The only option in the end is to give up the physical body and choose other ways to get enough life. The generation you need, the price is also quite scary. The body carries the soul, and the easiest way to give up the body is to integrate with the machine. Whether it is to transform itself through the mechanical body, or upload the soul to the computer. In Wang Chen's view, this is not a good choice. But if it really comes to this point, if the Earth must be destroyed this time, if you can escape the solar system, that Wang Chen will do his best no matter what. After reading what was written on the envelope, Wang Chen sighed and ordered it with a lighter. This thing cannot be seen by others. After all, the above can give up the opportunity to leave the earth for the sake of righteousness, but others may not be able to do it. Once gets out, it can cause confusion. To tell the truth, if it wasn't too late to run now, Wang Chen would like to directly imitate the wandering earth and run with all mankind. Find a horn in a corner and come back after 1,800 years of development. Unfortunately, 3 years is simply not enough time to make those huge thrusters and supporting dungeons. As for the above, I hope that I will continue to make weapons. Touching his chin and thinking for a long time, Wang Chen really couldn't find a good choice. The Research Institute has given the best production options based on global productivity. Even if you can come up with any new technology, you have time to research and no time to promote it. Originally, Wang Chen had the idea of researching energy weapons. After all, with cold nuclear fusion, the energy supply is indeed enough. And the blade composed of pure energy is also a very good killer for a mechanical body with high physical defense. But in the end, Wang Chen shook his head and didn't do it. The reason is the same reason: there is not enough time. It would have been better if I had used energy weapons instead of electromagnetic weapons. Unfortunately, at that time, I didn't know that there were still alien machines staring at the Earth. At that time, Wang Chen thought that electromagnetic weapons could not only be used as fixed heavy firepower, but also can be used as individual weapons. And energy weapons can't match all combat plans until the energy core can't be miniaturized. You can't have both fish and bear's paw, and there's nothing you can do about it. After burning the letter to ashes, Wang Chen, Li Long and Du Gang, who had packed up his clothes, had a small drink in the living room. This time, I don't know if I will have a chance to meet Du Gang. This guy can be regarded as an old acquaintance who has accompanied him all the way. Besides him, Jin Sanxi and Li Long are the people he is most familiar with in the whole country. After eating a meal for more than an hour, Wang Chen, who did not drink alcohol at all, also made an exception and drank a lot. After half a bottle of white wine, the whole person is confused. When he woke up, he was already in the belly of the Dream-class spacecraft. Next to are Li Long and Sun Meng, and below are thousands of miles in the sky. In order to ensure the safety of Wang Chen's life, the above also directly asked the Dream-class spacecraft to come over to help Wang Chen move his house. Lying on the leather chair, Wang Chen slowly exhaled before asking, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Not long, 3 hours." Li Long, who was reading a book, replied with a smile, "If you don't know how to drink, drink less next time." "Next time, okay, I see. How long until we arrive?" "Immediately, 15 minutes at most. I'll be ready to call you if you don't wake up." Looking at the display next to him, he was already around the island at a dream-level speed. At this time, the Dream-class spacecraft is already lowering its altitude. Propped himself up, looked out the window, and sure enough he could see a not too small island below. And halfway up the mountain, an extended runway is constantly lit up with a striking indicator light. This is the mid-level airport among the 2 airports on the island. It is a purely military airport, with the 150-meter jumping platform at the front and the rear, and the width is equivalent to 2 standard runways. You can directly enter the hinterland of the mountain from here, and there are 3 huge gates at the entrance. However, the Dream-class spaceship can take off directly and vertically, so it is much more convenient to land. You didn't even need to slide into the runway, and after 15 minutes, you stopped on the springboard. Then several tractors quickly dragged the Dream-class spacecraft into it. The gate behind is also closed directly after the spaceship enters. When Wang Chen got off the spaceship, he saw that the Dream, a huge body, almost occupied the entire runway. If it is not possible to take off and land vertically, it is estimated that the difficulty of entering the airport is a bit high. If you are not careful, you have to scratch the surrounding walls. In the hangar next to him, Wang Chen also saw several Y-20s constantly handling supplies. These are all parts and components shipped from all over the world. Through the huge vertical lifting platform on the side of the airport, these materials can be quickly sent to the processing workshop below. And around the airport are basically robots in command. In order to ensure the absolute safety of the island processing center, the entire island is also divided into 2 parts, the inner and outer parts. Outside, that is, the cargo point, such as another airport and port, there will be military personnel responsible for guarding and handling goods. And the internal processing center and various core areas are all in charge of Urguzi himself. Relying on a large number of robots, it is also the most intelligent machining center in the world. It is rude to say that the production capacity here is related to the current production progress of various weapons of the Earth Alliance. Is also the world's largest production base of electromagnetic weapons. There are 30,000 troops stationed here alone, and there is a mixed fleet of aircraft carriers patrolling around day and night. If we count the defensive power of the island itself, it can be said that this is the most terrifying place in the world's defense arrangements. Especially in some important places, such as airports, shipyards, and Wang Chen's experimental center. Shield generators have been installed. Once attacked, it can resist at least a period of time. Chapter 326. 20,220,728. Chapter 326. Hit an ivory clam. This is the first time I have come to my laboratory since the island was built. As a base, the laboratory here is much larger than any laboratory he has owned before. If I have to say, all the processing departments in the entire DAS are now part of their own laboratories. 3 sets of industrial master machines are assembled in this place alone, and the huge processing system can basically cover the processing of all spare parts in the world. And fully intelligent control has been completed here, and tens of thousands of robots can achieve maximum power production. If I had this base from the very beginning, I am afraid that many researchers will not be able to be tossed out soon. The is diagonally behind the headquarters, where he lives. This is a huge villa with a top-story floor area of more than 1,000 square meters. Is a semi-sci-fi style, with gardens in the front and back, and the scenery is very good. There is an underground space with an area of about 800 square meters in the basement below. This is Wang Chen's main workplace. Through this, you can control any processing link of the entire island at will. And there is a special channel in the basement to directly enter the processing center inside the island. Walking into this slightly luxurious villa, Wang Chen sent away Li Long and Sun Meng to find a room by himself. I ran to the console of the underground laboratory excitedly. After quickly entering a series of commands, Erguzi's dog head appeared on the display. "Boss, are you here? Well, all the information in the future will be sent here. I know the boss. Do you have any other orders? It's gone for now. How do you feel? Is the supercomputing center enough? No problem, very smooth." Erguzi's dog head nodded and said with a smile. The supercomputer on this island is currently the largest civilian computer cluster in the world. Otherwise, it is impossible to drag the intelligent processing system of the entire island. After sending Erguzi away, Wang Chen quickly browsed the various areas on the island again through the keyboard. Especially processing points and shipyards. Although I don't have the past, but relying on the ubiquitous cameras, I can easily control any corner. And not only the camera, but also access to the camera perspective of all robots. Any problem can be solved in the first second. Browsed back and forth, Wang Chen touched his chin very satisfied. It is indeed the headquarters that spent so much money on building. There are not many problems, but it is really amazing. If it weren't for the alien machine, your island would definitely become a label of the new era. Boss, the genetics solution was completed 3 days ago. Do I need to go to the next step? Just when Wang Chen was a little emotional, Erguzi suddenly appeared from the corner of the display screen. Asked funny with a tail waving. Let's start tomorrow, I'm not in good shape today. Rubbed his forehead, and said a bit tired Wang Chen after thinking about it. Today's state is indeed a bit rotten. Besides, the housewarming has to relax for a while. The matter of genetic optimization is very important, and you must ensure that you are in the best state. Yes, boss, what would you like to eat at night? Whatever, lobster, abalone, sea cucumber and deer antler, whatever is delicious, just pick it up. It's almost the end of the world, so naturally it's better to eat. I made so much money myself, no, it would be a pity to enjoy it. I know the boss. By the way, NASA sent a document in the morning. Do you want to see it, boss? What? Open me and see. Nodded, and soon Erguzi released a bunch of videos. Wang Chen glanced at it. Isn't this the unknown matter in those black holes on the moon? After NASA used a car to go in to investigate, Wang Chen also got relevant information. For this dark mass, Wang Chen's own understanding is that it may belong to nanotechnology. But this time, in addition to these dark unknown objects, there are several videos that have penetrated deep into the black hole. The deepest one even stopped directly on the platform at the bottom. It can already be seen in the picture that the bottom is a circular space, and there is a huge iron gate on the wall in front. The picture lasted for about 10 seconds, and then the detector was given a second by the unknown substance that arrived. This Wang Chen couldn't help touching his hair. There is indeed a lot of tricks in the interior of the moon, and the gate is not formed naturally. Uguzi, how many black holes are there currently on the moon? 108 I6. Given model. Yes. Soon, a three-dimensional map of the moon appeared on the screen, and then on the three-dimensional map, small black holes were constantly marked. It can be clearly seen from this picture that these black holes are not placed randomly, but are neatly distributed on the surface of the moon with a fixed law. Looking at this model, assuming that all the black holes are connected to the position of the moon's core, and then remove the moon's case, it looks like a sea urchin. What are these black holes doing? In addition to the last screen, there is a useful message in the screen. That is, there should be only one mass of unknown objects inside the moon. NASA sent the probes directly into 20 holes at the same time this time. The probes fell together, but they were not destroyed directly in one go, but were destroyed one by one. This shows that these black holes are originally connected to each other, and the black object is constantly moving through the unknown channel inside. Is it really a giant structure? Looking at more and more conjectures pointing in this direction, a big question mark appeared on Wang Chen's forehead. Giant structure. That is the lowest level 3 civilization can barely build. According to the classification of their own Pleiadians, the technology between each civilization is divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are low-level civilizations, 4 to 6 are medium-level civilizations, and levels 6 and above are high-level civilizations. Earth is now barely 0.8 or 0.9. If this moon is really a giant structure, then the mechanical body that resides in this moon is likely to be the start of a third-order civilization. This NEMA. If it were true, it would be too scary. There is a big gap between civilizations, not to mention the big level. To face a mechanic civilization that started at the lowest third level at the level of the Earth, which is less than level 1. That is really an ivory clam. Is not a level at all, there is no room for any operation at all. The mechanical civilization is already almost invincible at the same level, and it has been suppressed by others. Then you can really dig a hole and bury yourself to death. Chapter 327 New Discovery. 20,220,730. Chapter 327 New Discovery. But not without doubt. The technology displayed by the other party is not much higher than the Earth. If the Earth is 0.8, then the opponent is at best around 1.2 or 1.3. At this level, the Earth can still fight. However, what is the situation of this moon, and that nanocluster is not a technology that low-level civilizations can master? Unable to bear, Wang Chen thought of the dream he had in his mind during that time. If the moon is really a megastructure, then a lot of things can make sense. It's just that such a thing as a giant structure is too outrageous. Wang Chen still doesn't want to believe this. The so-called megastructure is a general term for some kind of super-large cosmic building. Generally speaking, any form of giant structure is the absolute essence of a civilization. The shape of the giant structure is not round. Mainly, both military and civilian. For example, a super-large space fortress comparable to a certain planet, or a huge space great wall that can circle around the planet. Or an inclusion that captures stellar energy and absorbs stellar energy. But no matter which one it is, the giant structure has always represented unparalleled power. If the moon is really a giant structure, then the information contained in it can be too scary. With the mentality of the moon, it means that there is a complete gravitational system inside. Through continuous absorption and operation, the core of the megastructure continuously captures the wandering matter in the universe. Eventually sucked a lot of dust onto the surface of the core, and finally squeezed to form a rocky crust. And there should be a tiny star inside the core. Whether it is artificial or natural, the energy contained in it cannot be estimated. This is the reason why Wang Chen is reluctant to believe. If it is really a giant structure, then the Earth is really dangerous this time. The ghost knows whether it was built by that mechanical civilization. Even if the mechanical body is currently performing a bit on Earth, no one dares to bet on what is stored in the base inside the moon. Uguzi, make a calculation. If there is a small star that is constantly burning inside the moon, can the moon be pushed forward through these black holes? Touching his nose and thinking for a while, Wang Chen thought about asking Uguzi to make a calculation first. Boss, I need approximate parameters. I will write. Slowly exhaled, Wang Chen nodded and quickly created a document. After a little thought, he wrote a series of formulas. With my own understanding of megastructures, it is not very stable to set an approximate value. Correlate the structural strength of the megastructure, the energy strength of the core, and the current mass of the moon. If you can push it forward, it will be a big deal. Maybe you have to really talk to the above about the dream in your mind. Uguzi took the data given by Wang Chen to build the model data, and it took a certain amount of time to calculate this thing. Wang Chen let out a long breath after he finished writing. I hope I think too much. 2 days later, in the headquarters of the Earth Alliance, the conference room, which had been stable for 2 days, was filled with people again. Not long ago, Ying Jiang detected a weak and unknown signal in his Gobi Desert. This discovery shocked Yingjian, thinking that it was another rebel base that appeared in her house. Fortunately, after sending someone to check, they found that there was no big hole in the ground. But there is something wrong with the ground. Through excavation, some wreckage was quickly dumped out. From the appearance, it seems to be some stranger-looking flying vehicles. Even if it's just the wreckage, everyone can see this strong technical gap from the photos. And there are still a lot of wrecks here. The more you dig down, the more wreckage. In the morning, the latest information shows that everyone's old acquaintances have been dug up. Is the wreckage of some completely destroyed mechanical bodies. Now it can be determined that there was a war in this Gobi area. After testing, the preliminary judgment was before the birth of human beings. As to how many years ago it is still to be agreed. The device that sent out the weak signal has also been dug up. It is a spherical object inside a large vehicle. Is also the only one that still shines. This shows that it still retains a weak energy in its body. It's just that we still don't know what the signal source is doing. Dillian has held several meetings on this matter, and the solution is to continue digging. Although these wrecks are all tattered, they can also provide a certain degree of reference. It can even roll out certain technologies in reverse. For example, the alloys on these aircraft are a new thing that the Earth has never seen before. After confirming that these things did not threaten the Earth for the time being, Yingjian put down the mushroom egg in her hands. He was really frightened. This place was less than 1,000 kilometers away from his home in Los Santos. If something were to happen, Los Santos would be in danger. That is one of the largest cities on the west coast of Eagle Source. But now it seems that luck is better than Damao, at least for the time being. You don't have to worry about the war in the homeland. On the contrary, you can get a batch of good samples. This also made Damao, who was watching the excitement, secretly snort. Hemp eggs, bad luck for Lotse. Added a new Eagle Source for archaeological work, and hurriedly issued an order after the meeting. Requires that the battlefield be cleaned up as quickly as possible. There must be no weapons inside that could threaten the city. Even for the sake of safety, Eagle Source directly applied for a Dream-class spaceship to go over there. If something really pops up, it can suppress the fire at the first time. This request was approved by the above. Even if there were many contradictions before, Yingchen is now one of the most important hallucinations in the interior of the Earth. If an accident in his family immediately paralyzed a third of the plan that was currently being implemented. The Dream also set off on the same day and appeared over the scene of the accident 2 hours later. All weapons are in a ready-to-fire state. If there is something to deceive the corpse, it can also attack immediately. After a week of continuous excavation, there are more than 300 pieces of wreckage just sorted out. In addition to the mechanical body, there are a large number of aircraft and even 3 huge battleships with a body length of about 600 meters. This discovery instantly made the entire Earth Alliance tense. Your own enemies may have battleships. And judging from the photos taken back, these battle captains are very scary. Especially the largest one has approached 700 meters, and from the outside it looks like a battleship disguised as a cannon. The entire front 2/3 of the spacecraft is a huge electromagnetic orbital platform of unknown purpose. Driven by the entire battleship, the diameter of this cannon has reached 35 meters. This is simply unimaginable. Once such a huge cannon is fired, what a terrifying scene it will be. Chapter 328 Green. Chapter 328 Green. Be careful, these are all treasures. I'm going, there's still something down there. What happened here before? Ghost knows, I'm full of despair about the future right now. Eagle Source's excavation site. For this newly discovered battlefield, the Earth Alliance has stepped up its excavation efforts. However, the more you dig down, the more surprising what is inside. In addition to spaceships, there are also many crushing machines that do not understand at all. Many researchers have stated that it will take at least 3 or 4 years to completely sort out these wreckages. As for mastering the technology, it's even harder to say. A few days later, new progress came from the excavation site. Inside the several hundred meters long ship, the signal source was detected again. It seems that there is still energy in a small area inside the spacecraft, and it is constantly spreading the signal around. The army at the scene has blocked it and is asking the local alliance if they want to carry out bombing. In case this thing summons another enemy base, it will be a hell of a time. After internal discussions, I felt that what this person said was very reasonable. At present, the Earth can no longer withstand any toss, and it is still safe. After collecting the signal samples, I let the Dream in the sky directly bombard the core position of the spacecraft for a few rounds. It took about half an hour for the signal source to disappear. To be honest, Yingchen really feels a little pity. If you say anything in the usual way, you should leave it to District 51 to study it. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, after half a day, the same signal source came from the ground again. It seems that there is something deeper in the ground. Eagle Source was startled, and quickly let people dig down. As a result, before the excavator could start, 20 minutes later, the ground at the excavation site began to vibrate violently. It can be seen from the pictures returned from the scene that an earthquake with an intensity equal to magnitude 4 or 5 occurred in some areas. There are a lot of cracks on the ground. The army that was blocking the scene immediately evacuated the crowd and informed everyone to prepare for battle. This intrusion made the entire Earth Alliance tense again. The mecha army that was being refurbished immediately began to refit, and immediately rushed to the Eagle Source's house to participate in the defense 10 minutes later. If there really is an opponent's base in this underground, then I will stop me no matter what. At the same time, the 5 bosses of the local alliance also began to calculate the wealth that they had not yet used. Forget it. If this is really the opponent's base, and it's the same as that of the Demao family. At present, the 5 of them together can still have another wave. But after this fight, everyone is really poor. Although they are very reluctant, the current situation is beyond their control. Began to give orders, and once they found something was wrong, they immediately raised it. After more than 3 hours in a row, the shaking of the ground did not stop at all, instead it became more and more intense. Judging from the detection, there seems to be something underground that is constantly climbing up. Although the speed is very slow, it can rise to the surface in at most 2 hours. At this time, the nearest Los Santos has begun to transfer civilians, and troops from all over the country are also coming in continuously. Especially the Dream in the Sky is ready for battle. Wang Chen, who was busy at home, also received the news and asked Urguzi to take a screenshot and put it on the screen to peek at it. This so-called battlefield, Wang Chen had already studied it on the first day it appeared. Came to the conclusion that there were 2 forces fighting here. This sounds like fart, but there are no more clues. Both the spaceship and the mecha have been destroyed and cannot be broken anymore. It can be seen how fierce the battle was at that time. And now, there is still something down here? Is it true that there is still a base? Wang Chen personally felt that it was unlikely, but he still made his cruiser ready to attack. Once the Dream can't carry it, he will risk the cruiser to attack. The current internal missiles of the ground link are very expensive. In order to allow them to retain some of their strength, the best means of attack is still electromagnetic weapons. As long as it is not ternary explosives, ordinary shells are just sticks, as many as you want. 2 hours later, the Gobi Desert scene. At this time, more than 30,000 troops had gathered around the excavation point. In order to prevent it from being destroyed by a wave, we divided into several groups and surrounded the center of the vibration. In the pit at this time, various cracks are crisscrossed. A grain of dust keeps bouncing and falling like fleas. Over time, the unknown object below has come very close to the surface. Even the vibration level has increased a bit. Ordinary people feel a little swaying when they stand on the ground. Many soldiers simply lie on the ground and look nervously ahead. In the pit, a sharp black object suddenly emerged from the soil. Is getting taller and taller like bamboo shoots. And the surrounding surface also began to show a large area of uplift. Is like surfacing a submarine. The area visible to the naked eye is about the size of 3 football fields. Only heard a soft sound, and the tip that had just emerged suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. Then it shot straight into the air and turned into a huge oval barrier and fell. Grass. It's this thing again. The big guys who were watching the live broadcast narrowed their eyes almost at the same time. Eagle Etchen even slapped the table and cursed with a dark face. Nemas, I'm really afraid of what's coming. No, I remember the base of the Demao family. The shield color was not lavender. Why did this one turn green? The rabbit pointed at the display screen strangely. This thing can also change the color? The so-called energy shield, the specific color depends on the core. For example, Wang Chen's shield is blue when it relies on electromagnetism. Those mechanical bodies are not very clear, but they are basically purple shields. And this green one is the first time I've seen it. But soon, the rabbit was no longer in the mood to speak. Because on the big screen in front, a huge figure was slowly emerging from the ground. This turned out to be a somewhat dilapidated warship. The length of is almost 600 meters. It is slender as a whole and looks like an enlarged triangle in appearance. 3 notches were opened on the side, 1 large and 2 small. At first glance, he was injured a bit badly. But even so, the spaceship was still stably parked in the air about 10 meters above the ground. The emerald green shield constantly circulated around the hull, and the energy of the detection instruments analysis track had exceeded the energy of the base. The spaceship hovered quietly in midair, not moving, and it didn't look like it was about to attack. The Earth Alliance did not dare to let the dream come first when they saw this. The shield of the opponent seems to be a bit powerful. Even if it is a sneak attack, it is not something that a dream can break. Chapter 329, That Dream. Chapter 329 That Dream. Instead of this, it's better to wait and see what this spaceship wants to do. Wang Chen, who was watching the live broadcast, suddenly spit out two words while looking at this triangular unknown spaceship. Saber? This ship Wang Chen had seen in a dream. I never thought that I would be able to see the real thing on Earth. But now Wang Chen is not coming after thinking about it. I quickly connected to the internal chat channel of Dillian through Erguzi. There are only 5 people in this channel, and Wang Chen is the first to use his authority to join in. Wang Chen? Why are you here? He was thinking about whether to try to communicate with him, and he quickly asked when Wang Chen entered the chat group. I'm just saying, don't attack it. Huh? What's the matter? You know this ship? There was a strange touch on his head. It's a long story, so don't do it first. Wang Chen also repeated embarrassingly. If this is really the spaceship in his dream, it is not something that scum like the dream can beat. This is a serious star destroyer. Even the kind that escorts interstellar aircraft carriers. Even if this seems to be in a wrong state, it is not a spaceship made by a civilization of its own level that can compete. Don't worry, it doesn't move, and we won't move either, but listening to you, what do you want to send the Emperor to invade? Above nodded and comforted. They had no intention of rashly attacking. Compared with this, the above is more curious that Wang Chen will come to remind them. Not only the above, but also the other 4 were eavesdropping curiously. There's something I haven't said. Touched his forehead. Wang Chen held back for a long time and finally thought it would be better to tell them about it. After all, even the saber has appeared, so even if I don't believe it, I have to think about it. What's the matter? Just don't tell me you're an alien. The above laughed and made a joke. However, Wang Chen said with a face, if it's true, not only me, but the entire human race may be aliens. What? True or false? Mr. Wang, what do you know? Yes, what do we call as humans? Hearing this, not only the above, but also the Hawkjin who was diving and the others couldn't hold back. The amount of information in this sentence is a bit large. I wasn't in a coma for a period of time before. Logically speaking, I should be dead. It was just that someone changed the medicine and saved my life. Sitting on the chair, Wang Chen sorted out his thoughts and decided to speak out about this matter. Yes, what's the matter? It was also known from the above that Wang Chen's life was indeed somewhat inexplicable. When I was in a coma, I had a long dream, like a god's perspective. Wang Chen told them in detail what he saw in his dream. During the period of coma, Wang Chen witnessed the rise and death of a civilization in his dream. That civilization is called Kurdiras, and it is the master of the morning star. Like a slideshow, Wang Chen witnessed the gradual development of the Kurdira civilization from a dozen ordinary tribes into towns, countries, and even alliances. Technology is also constantly improving, and finally stepped into the universe. At the peak of, the Kurdila's civilization has evolved to the threshold of the Ftoda civilization. If there is no accident, he can be successfully promoted within 100 years at most. But, at this moment, the crisis broke out. The galaxy where the Kurdila's civilization is located does not have other civilizations. Although several civilizations have been found after possessing wormhole technology, they are still in standalone mode as a whole. Therefore, in the research of technology, the Kurdila's civilization has been pondering by itself. And the problem lies in artificial intelligence. I don't know when, an artificial intelligence that should have been eliminated suddenly got out of control. This was originally a small artificial intelligence used inside a factory. After the use permission expires, it is natural to be withdrawn and erased according to convention. But just as the program was in progress, the problem arose. The program responsible for cleaning up this little artificial intelligence suddenly found that no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't erase this artificial intelligence. Instead, the program itself was swallowed, and then the artificial intelligence detonated the factory and finally disappeared into the internet. This situation naturally alerted the specialized processing department. But unfortunately, a year has passed, and the other party is constantly growing, but they still can't come up with a reasonable solution. In this way, the 3-year war broke out. At this time, this artificial intelligence has been developed very well. It can invade most of the artificial intelligence and seize control authority. 3 years later, its sudden explosion directly controlled 90% of the world's mechanical bodies. Even a third of the warships are under its control. Then the war that he broke out dragged the Kurdiris civilization to the bottom of death. The two sides fought in the Morning Star for a full 600 years. The civil war of the Ftuda civilization and the fight on the Earth are simply two different things. The ecology of Kixingsing suffered a devastating blow, and even the mainland section was bombed and sank a lot. Nearly 10 billion Kurdilas people died with less than 300 million people. In the end, when there was no hope of victory, the Confucian forces of the Kurdilas civilization chose to be the same as the opponent. End. This artificial intelligence born in their hands can't get rid of it at all, and they also thought about starting a new place from the opening star, but this damn mutant is determined to play them to death. And in the later stage, 60% of the world on the entire planet was controlled by its mechanical body. If you want to leave, you have lost that strength. In desperation, the halls of the Kurdilas civilization decided to transform several giant fortresses originally used for planetary defense into arcs of civilization. Leaving the K-Star with all the information about the Kurdiris civilization. It was originally planned to have 6 giant fortresses, but under the obstruction of the mechanical body, it took 100 years, and finally only 3 successfully escaped the galaxy through the wormhole. After the giant fortress left, the Kurdiris civilization, which had basically been beaten, detonated the core of the mantle with a desperate mood. This is a fatal blow. However, the strength of the mechanical body lies in its vitality. Although the Morning Star has been broken, there is still 1/5 of the force of this mechanical body. They track down the escaped 3 megafortresses in countless ways. Only by completely destroying the entire Kurdilas civilization can this mechanical body complete the final step of evolution. Completely evolved from artificial intelligence to omniscient life. But unfortunately, when the Venus star blew up, it completely messed up the surrounding space coordinates. In the vast universe, it is not so easy to find a giant spaceship to escape. A chasing battle that lasted for hundreds of millions of years started like this.